I'm a sinner, left my lover crying on the dance floor. I'm a sinner, I'm a sinner.
One. Welcome back to Nino. You know what? Just Dollhouse of Offering. So we're doing this live in front of supporters. Why? Because I can. And because Digimon kept crashing. We're lucky we made it back safely. Kyaru was still recovering from nerves when he laid down for the night. They were stopping in House Riku's part of town. They were shopping in Riku's part of town. I cannot speak English today. They were shopping in House Riku's part of town well into the evening, and it was dark out by the time they got back to the House Shiki's estate. Kyaru expected Dugan or Yorimichi to have a stern talk with him, but they returned, but instead the men only laughed. They even seemed happy about it. I guess they were glad we're getting quality time together. And as a bonus, Kyoko gets a Yasaka bodyguard, so they must feel like they don't need to worry. Kyaru decided to take it as a sign that they trusted him. He still wasn't entirely sure what the word meant, but it didn't seem to be a bad thing. Kyaru was doing stretches in bed, carefully ascertaining that nothing felt wrong. They had visited House Ichikura, House Kazu, House Gosha, and House Riku now. That only left Sugusa and Futara, which they had... Where's my voice gone? Which they had been saving for last. I'm a bodyguard, huh? Sorry, chat. Should Kyoko find herself at risk, make sure nothing happens to her. He knew that was what was to be expected from him, and he was happy to perform his duties. In fact, I do hope I get the chance. It still makes me laugh. No one was there to answer his question, but then someone appeared at the door.
クロさん、まだ起きてるかしら?
Yes. I forgot that there's talking in this. We were just doing a game with no voice acting. Having received an unexpected guest, Kyaru folded up his futon and politely sat up straight.
あら、そんなにかしこまらなくてもいいのに。
いえ。
まあ、そのくらい身を正してくれれば大丈夫かしら。
Yukiko was holding her palm to her cheek as though something was on her mind.
そうそう。今日は京子ちゃんと相引きしてくれてありがとう。あら、隠れていなかったから違うかしら。
京子が楽しめたなら、それが一番です。
あの子ったら、食事を用意してる時も、洗い物をしてても、興奮しっぱなしでね。さっきも九郎さんと一緒に寝るって聞かなくて。
目に見えるようです。
でしょ？我慢しなさいってみんなで言い聞かせて、ようやく泣き寝入りしたのよ。
See, the Discord thought I was kidding about the girl being really, really horny. Kyaru couldn't help but crack a smile when he imagined that.
よかった。あなたも楽しんでいるみたいね。
そうかもしれません。
Yukiko just stared at Kyaru for a moment, then heaved a sigh.
ユキコさん、忠告しにいらしたのなら、どうぞおっしゃってください。
そう。そうね。
Yukiko glanced away, then started
明
talking.
日、あなたたちが行く三枝草家だけど、くれぐれも注意してね。
はい。
勘違いしないでね。京子には多分危険はないの。心配なのは九郎さんじゃなくて向こうね。三枝家は 村の治安を担当している武闘派で、他の7名家と違って女系。それもだいぶ行き過ぎているの。
となると、
Yukiko nodded and continued.
女性至上主義で男性蔑視。彼女たちにとって男は女を増やすための種馬なのよ。
Oh, good, we have feminists. See, people in the chat laughed at that one. We're gonna get that one person that gets mad. The next afternoon, the mood among the family members gathered in the house Sagusa tatami room was tense.
ああ、だる。京子ちゃんはともかく、なんで野郎なんかに挨拶されなきゃなんねえの？おかしくね？
Okay, I'm going for middle girl. What about you guys? I love those knives. She looks so cute, the short hair. She looks like she will stab a bitch. She's my type of girl. Oh, sure, go mid. Which one do you want? If any of you guys say that the small one, I'm going to ban you right this second. That's like a 10-year-old. Leave it. Middle girl is the fine one. I like the middle girl.
私も遠慮したいが、家の務めと思って諦めろ。京子さんに会えるだけいいと思え。
Even as she tried to talk down her younger sister, Huka, it took Rinka a lot of effort to hold her own tongue. Oh, you weren't being sarcastic. Okay. I thought you were doing the mid joke. Sorry about that, Wolf. Why should we have to entertain a male? They could have sent Kyoko-san on her own. No one would have expected her to feel any differently. All the men Rinka had seen in her life struck her as stupid, ugly, and incompetent buffoons. This man is going to have a harem by the end of this. She wasn't delusional or hurt. It was just what her mother had taught her. Men were studs for breeding at best, and utter garbage at worst. As far as she was concerned, she had no father. A sperm donor wasn't part of the family. That was merely a fact to her.
そもそも男なんて家畜なんだからさ、必要なくね？
I think this is a play on the fact that back then women were just seen as objects to breed.
俺が当主だったら間違いなく全員馬か豚か牛にしてるね。そっちの方が。
The youngest Sagusa sister, Toka, nodded, but she didn't seem particularly convinced. She was always like that. Unfortunate. Rinka gathered that her sister still hadn't learned firsthand what fools men could be. She resolved that she would have to work to reinforce the girl's education.
村の治安維持にしても、家畜の農作業管理みたいなものだからな。面白みがない上に、服を着て人間のふりをしている男など、不快極まりない。
What? This key.
なんで俺らがこんな思いしながら我慢しなくちゃなんねえの？もうやっちゃわね。どうせ八坂のなんて側だけなんだしさ。やっちゃおうぜ母ちゃん。
So this is the only house that acts like this, by the way, guys. Their mother, Renga, wow, she's pretty, was a woman almost 50. She had remained quiet so far, but now the girls were all looking at her.
そうさね。あんまりふぬけが過ぎたらやっても構わないよ。
本当か？
母さん。
本気？
四季家の事実上の跡取りは京子ちゃんだからね。あの子を取っちまえば道元も手出ししがたいだろうし、あとはうちの種馬ではらませてうちで教育してやりゃいいだろ。
Wow, just right out there with I'm evil.
それはいい案だと思う。四季がどうこう言ってきたら、二人に噛み合ってもらえばいい。
Rinka meant every word of what she said. As far as she was concerned, a family centered around the male line was nothing but a sign of everything wrong with the world.
うげえ。ヘドがでっけどしゃあないか。豚は豚同士乳くり合うのがお似合いだもんな。
What?
うーん。
Toka looked uncertain about something
も
again.
っと言ってしまえば私たちだけで全部締め上げるのもいいかもね。
最適だと思う。八坂が動いたとしても私たちなら余裕だ。
Lady, considering what we've been told about the Yasaka, you are making a mistake. That would be what was right for everyone. Renga touched the dagger she kept hidden on her
所
person.
詮八坂は外に出荷されるだけの豚。連綿と技術を紡ぎ磨いてきた私たちには勝ち得ないからな。
リン姉さんもやる気じゃん。俺も本気出しちゃおうっと。できる限り頑張る。
さてどうなるかね。
They're about to learn a lesson. A thin smile crossed Renga's lips. Mom really means it. Rinka and her sisters knew how much effort their mother had put into preparing for this visit. She had hidden explosives in the basement. Oh my god, she's fucking crazy. And there were guards standing ready throughout the estate grounds. Wow. Oh, is this where it starts getting into it? Oh, none of the other houses have acted like this. There's no way we're going to let them come and go without a fight. Rinka sighed and started mentally preparing herself. When she thought of what a clever girl Kyoko was, she felt the thrill at the thought that she would get to save her. One thing to note, however, is that Sugusa Rinka was not a lesbian. She simply didn't recognize men as human in the same way women were. I like that she had to point that out because I guess she knew everybody was going to think that. To her, it seemed like the most natural thing in the world to want to rescue someone who was being dominated by beasts. The same was true for all the Sugusa. No one knew how their family came to be as it was, but it didn't particularly matter. It was just the way of the world. Marika had a bad feeling about that noise, and the sound, and the second she moved to see what it was, a number of small firearms fell at Hoka's feet. Every single one of them was bent in half. Oh, wow, he's just going right at it. By the time she looked at Toka to see if she was okay, the girl had already passed out. So horns make you No, that's dumb. That's very dumb. Don't think that about my horn. I like men. Huka held a hand over her mouth. She finally understood what was going on. I'm gonna have to remember to edit that out. Oh god, I think we killed someone. She vomited everywhere and keeled over. It was too disgusting to contemplate. A male felt me up. Barely 5 seconds had passed since she had... Take that out of there. Barely 5 seconds had passed since she had heard the unsettling sound of metal bending when Rinka realized her dagger was broken.
誰だ。
いやそれ言ったらダメだよ。わかりませんって教えてるようなもんじゃない。
Renga was calm and collected, which set Rinka at ease. She was suddenly embarrassed about her own panic reaction. Oh, look, her actual daggers are gone.
この分だと他の兵隊もやられてる。
That is a nice touch.
観念しな。
That is a very nice touch. They actually removed the daggers.
でも
そのざまで一体どうしようって言うんだい。
だが私た たちはやられたわけではない。こんなもの、子供騙しだ。
When you screwed up so bad and you just realized
子
it.
供に騙されて殺せるならいいんだけどね。
それは、でも、
Yeah, he technically has not killed any of you yet. Keep pissing him off and that'll probably happen. Rinka yelped and her vision blurred. She lost control of her body and crumpled to the ground. It felt like she was going to land on her head, but then someone caught her.
はじめまして。八坂九郎です。
I can't believe this dirty male. He's touching me. Try as she might, Rinka couldn't move. In fact, it was taking everything she had just to remain conscious.
よくも。
How hard did he hit you in the stomach if you're still throwing up?
まだ足りないか？
いいや、これ以上は私も許さない。娘たちの勝手だから何なりとしていいよ。
母さん、私、まだ。
殺してやる。てめえ、絶対に。
When you haven't learned your lesson. Just as Helka finally stopped vomiting, her eyes rolled back in her head and she fell unconscious. When you haven't learned your lesson. Huka tumbled forward, and this time Kyaru made no movement to catch her. Woman or not, Kyaru didn't hold back. He used exactly as much force as was necessary, no more, no less.
様。
Kyaru was flexing his hand, making sure he hadn't strained any muscles. No, he was trying out a new technique on us? Like this was all just practice to him?
君の思ってる通りだ。さえぐさでいいんだよな。
私がレンゲ、そこのがリンカ、ゲロ吐かされたのがホーカ、ぐっすりお休みのがトーカだよ。
ご紹介いただきありがとうございます。
吐き気がするくらい男前だね。
顔はそんなに良いとは言われませんが。
勘違いすんじゃないよ。いい豚だって意味だ。
ああ、それはどうも。
It's a weird sentence. That's a Yasaka male? Kyaru bowed politely to Renga, then looked at Rinka again.
覚えていろ、貴様。この借りは必ず。
ずうずうしいな。喋るだけ惨めになるんだから黙っていればいいのに。
Rinka's face turned red with shame. Renga only sighed.
なら、その子も寝かしちまえばよかったじゃないか。
長女ぐらい残っていないと挨拶って雰囲気じゃないだろう。
What's going on? He's just human. How did he do all that without one of us seeing him coming?
京子、もういいぞ。
At that point, Rinka was trembling and not even conscious enough to form words, so Kyaru was done with her. He stepped out of the room to call his fiancée.
うわぁ、汚いですね。
Kyoko wore a look of concern as she walked into the room and saw Huka's vomit all over. Shiki... Kyoko, really? The instant she saw her, Rinka could tell that the young woman had done a lot of growing up since the last time she saw her. She was beautiful. And it only took her another moment to figure out that the man before them was the one who had taken hold of her leash.
いらっしゃい、京子ちゃん。うちのが散らかしてしまってごめんなさいね。
いえ、気にしないでください。私も長居するつもりはありません。 クロウさんのご挨拶も済んだようですしね。
With a look of triumph, scorn in her eyes, Kyoko looked from Toka to Huka and then at Rinka. Don't you dare look at us like that. She can only be so smug because she hadn't had to face him like we have. Kyoko was looking down at Rinka, still paralyzed as though she was garbage. It was the same look of contempt the Segusa gave their livestock. Kyoko chuckled to herself.
私としてはまだまだやり足りないですが、再現がないのは分かっています。ですから、クロウさんが良しとするなら、これで良いでしょう。
Tables have turned.
おや、道具に判断を任せるなんてね。
あら、三枝様ったら、地方には早いですよ。
Ooh! With that, she gave Renga a pitying look and moved over to cling Kyaru's side. Stop it, don't touch her.
クロウさんは私の夫となるために迎えた人です。道具だなんて言わないでください。
そうか。
I like how they set it up so you wouldn't like these girls. And so that when he came in and basically beat them, you'd be like, yeah, that's what you get.
ええ、そうです。ね、クロウさん。
三枝様、申し訳ありません。
After nodding to Kyoko's question, Karu hung his head in a sign of difference to Renga.
私は道具として指揮家に招かれたのではありません。いろいろと考えることが多く。
困らせていますか？
それはありません。
So I love that our character didn't start out really liking Kyoko, like he didn't understand her, and now he's getting very much in love with her.
はい。
She's also very unstable for those that haven't seen this yet. Kyaru's answer made Kyoko so happy that she seemed ready to jump for joy. Baffled at her reaction, Rinka could only assume that she had been brainwashed.
気色悪い。
Don't be mad that we get something you're never gonna get, and that's love. Yeah, you tell him, Mom.
だが、わかった。さっきも言ったように、私は降参。三枝家として、あんたたちに手は出さない。
Rinka wanted to tell her mother not to back down, but Kyoko shot her a piercing glare.
では、式の時の警備もお願いしますね。それも慣例通りですから。
ああ、わかってるよ。
ありがとうございます。今後、進んで顔を出すことはないと思いますが、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
Renga didn't answer, instead indicating for them to get out by thrusting her jaw.
どうも。
Kyaru heard a note of wounded pride in Rinka's grunts. He glanced down at her.
ああ、そうだ。
He leaned over and patted Rinka's entire body. His touch was gentle as silk, but still firm enough to be clearly intentional. When he was done, he brought both several folding knives. No, Huka, is this what he did to you?
そのまま転がったら危ないからな。これで安心して寝られるぞ。
Rinka couldn't help but tear up at Kyaru's remark, but he had said out of sincere concern for her well-being.
もう帰りますよ、クロウさん。用件は済みましたから。
わかった。行こう。
In contrast to the utter silence of his arrival, Kyaru strode out with confident footsteps. Sensing the change, Rinka started crying in earnest. He touched me everywhere, my breasts, my thighs, he even felt up my... I won't let him get away with this. I don't care what Mom says. Renge noticed the hatred burning in her daughter's eyes and let out a sigh. Yeah, something's gonna go down at the wedding. Nice. Nice. Later that night, Kyaru sighed as the hot water poured over his body, or over his head. He then filled his bucket again, wet a rag, and started lathering his hair with soap. I think my inexperience showed, but at least we got through this without a disaster. Kyaru didn't feel like he had done a good job, but the matter was that the visit had gone relatively smoothly. I'm glad I managed not to kill anyone. He flexed his hand. He was used to killing, destroying. This was the first time in his life anything else had been asked of him. I'd have expected House Shiki's estate to be better defended. Sugusa Rinka descended the wall into the courtyard without a sound, then hiding in the shadows of a tree, she signaled her team. One by one, 7 soldiers followed after her. Each of them was a master of melee combat trained by Renge, just like Rinka was. While she waited for them, she spun her dagger in her hand, its blade dyed black to keep it from reflecting light. Mom won't be able to complain if we do this right. I won't let such humiliation go unanswered. But Huka, who had vomited all over the tatami room, seemed dazed even after she came to, as though she'd just accepted it. Rinka assumed it would take some time for the fire of vengeance to light in her. And Toka was useless, always with that dumb look on her face. Unfortunately, Rinka didn't have the patience to wait for Huka to come to her senses. This is our only chance. His guard will be down because he thinks he put us in our place. We'll start by kidnapping Kyoko-san and showing him just how weak he really is. Then we can break his arms and legs and feed him to the fishes. I bet Yasaka can hold their breath for a real long time, and I want him to suffer. Rinka went over her plans in her mind. She watched her women take their positions. Yeah, we did. All right, time to go. Time to give the That was fast. Oh, now we know why we didn't get a hand job. As unceremoniously as a light bulb going out, Rinka fell unconscious. Ugh. Rinka blinked, her eyes open when she came to. The room she was in was built like a guest room. There was a few small differences, however. It was perhaps an annex. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a thought. It didn't take her long to realize that she was bound and gagged. Where am I? How did we... Wait, no. Is this the annex in the House Shiki's courtyard? She had seen it from the other side of the courtyard. The thought made her go pale that this could only mean... Every single one of them had been captured. They were all laid out on the floor. How did he...
起きたか。全員、ほぼぴったりだな。
Yasaka, you bastard.
外すつもりはない。
Fuck you! Untie us this instant! You would have killed us already if you had the guts, you scared little piggy.
罵倒されてるのはわかるんだけどな。どうしますか？
All the Sagusa present, including Rinka, swallowed nervously as an older man stepped out from behind Karu.
そう言われてもな。
Shiki Dugan? Dugan looked at the women over with a hard look in the pools of his eyes. What's going on? What's going to happen to us?
三枝は手を引いた。あとは自己責任だとレンゲには言われたのだな。
はい。それも2度。
となると、煮るのも焼くのも自由だが。
A chill crawled up Rinka's spine in response to the cold look in Dugan's eyes. He was even worse than most men.
生かす利点がなく、殺す利点もない。三枝家でこやつらと事を構えた時点で、我々は損しかしないのが決定していたな。
一旦引いて、判断を伺うべきでしたか。
それでも、行かなければ予定を勝手に変えたとして、ずうずうしく振る舞うだろうな。少しマシな程度で、結局損をする。
Rinka tried not to breathe too loudly so she could listen to their conversation. She just needed some hint on how to get out of the position she was in.
仕方あるまい。ここは婿殿に決めてもらおう。事前に伝えていた通りに処理すればそれでよい。
The way they planned, take care of us. What were they going to do?
八坂でもその手の訓練はしましたが、俺のやり方でよろしいので。
House Yasaka way? Those monsters!
言われた範囲に収めるのが上手なのが婿殿だろう。
そう言われては。
So, thank you guys for watching on YouTube. You guys are awesome. As always, don't forget to support. And if you want to see this uncensored, the Patreon or Subscribe Star is the place to get it. Thanks again, guys. And don't forget to my second channel, Sinfully Pure. Bye. Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings. The next day, it was time for Kyaru and Kyoko to make their visit to the last of the 7 noble houses, House Futara. I pressed the wrong button. My brain's gone.
最後に回されたけど、三枝家よりひどいのか。
Kyoko's walking beside him shook her head.
二良家はもっと落ち着いています。あそこは七原島の行政を取り仕切っていますから。為政者が三枝のようでは立ち行かないでしょ。
ゾッとしない話だな。
But then, why had she saved them for last?
単純に四季家と仲が悪いのか。
一方的に敵視されているのです。それが長く続いていて、四季家もあちらを嫌うようになりました。
Kyoko sighed. Kyaru kept turning the question over in his head. The answer seemed simple. When he considered the prospective position of House Futara, House Shiki, and House Yasaka.
二良家の権力は本土とのやりとりや八坂には及ばない。そういう場所で四季家が影響力を増してしまった。今や二良家と同等。いや、しのぐほどにか。それが気に入らなくて敵視されているんだな。
おっしゃる通りです。二良家は代々権力欲が強く、自身を上回る者に対して敵外心をむき出しにします。
Nobody in the chat knows what we were just doing and how angry I got, so this is just so much funnier. Gosh, I hope this doesn't end up like the last episode.
分業だから別とは考えられないか。現に御社や陸号は四季家に従順なんだから。
彼らももっと毅然と振る舞えば、四季家など関係なくやっていけるのです。七名家は互いに役割に特化し、支え合うように分けられましたが、それは各々が自立していてこそのもの。差が大きくなった時点で、 こうなるのは目に見えていました。こうなれば一つにまとめるのが良いのですが、
道元様も頼道様も支配者としての欲は持っていないな。もともとは一農民という分をわきまえている。かといって二良家に屈するにはこれまでの確執が深い。どうしようもないな。
はい。まあ、九郎さんが当主になって、私と二人で手を携えて取り組めば、どうとでもなりそうですが。
You know, I'm honestly curious if she knows at all what happened the night before. Like, I wonder if they told her.
なるのか。
Well, yeah, you're marrying the only daughter.
しますよ。私は、新規臭く不幸になるつもりなんて、これっぽっちもありませんからね。もちろん、九郎さんも一緒です。
She's so darn cute, but so darn insane. The way Kyoko smiled made Kaoru want to help her make that happen. He merely nodded and continued walking. He would have to see just how strong House Futara's ambitions were. I don't know, the last one that got ambitious got terrible things that happened to them.
遅い。いつまで待たせる気だ。
I was like half debating censoring that and trying to put that on YouTube, but when we got to the piss scene, I just kind of looked at that and said, yeah, no, even if I censored this, my account would be gone. Futara Ryusei was pacing around the tatami room yelling.
流星、落ち着かぬか。
The head of the household, Ryukin, spoke calmly between sips of tea.
だがじいさま。
お主が焦れば早く来るかといえば、そうではなかろう。
そうだぞ、流星。変に騒いで争いになってはかなわん。
They're dressed very westernized. Like, I actually like her dress. Look at that. I like that dress a lot.
そうですよ。まったく鼻っ柱ばかり高いのだから。
Like she was one to talk, Ryusei wanted to make a remark, but instead he held his tongue and nodded.
わかった。
Ryusei sat down and drank the cup of tea his mother, Miri, had poured for him in a single swig. It was so hot it burnt his tongue. The hot matched that of his frustration. Dad always tries to smooth things over. Doesn't he know he's next in line to be head of House Futara? Can't he tell that House Shiki thinks he's a joke? They're going to eat him alive at the first opportunity. He glanced over at his grandfather and saw that he was nodding affirmatively. He knows what I'm thinking. Maybe I was getting too excited. From Ryusei's perspective, his father, Ryuichi, was completely unreliable, nothing like Ryukin, who was so kind yet mysterious. I'm sorry, does all of your family members have to have Ryu in it? Of the two, the latter was the only one he could respect. Grandfather's been keeping Dugan on his toes the entire time he's been in charge, ever since they started expanding their power through their ties with the mainland. He still hasn't lost. I'm the one who should inherit his position. This island belongs to the Futara, not to the Shiki or the mainland. Especially not with this nonsense about crossbreeding with some Yasaka guinea pig. Ryusei was fuming out with outrage. Are you mad you didn't get big titties? You're just mad you didn't get our big titty crazy girl. Being Ryukin's protege in his mind, as well as Ryukin's, Nanawara Island belonged to the Futara. The mainland and now the Yasaka were acting like parasites on House Shiki. They were using them to upset the order of the island. But that had gone on long enough. Someone had to draw the line. And that's going to be me. I'm going to make House Futara's vision a reality. He believed that with all of his heart. He knew it. And of course, Ryukin knew it too. That's why he'd raised him so carefully. That's why he needed him. First, I'll have to get my idiot father my idiot of a father out of the way. I'm sure grandfather already knows I'm his better. I only have to show what I can do. Are you gonna kill your dad? What is wrong with the rich? He already had a oh, he is. Absolutely.
どうじゃ落ち着いたか
ああ、確かに焦っていたようだ。私が心乱したところでどうにもならん。
You're also not the one he's gonna choose because you get too excited too often.
ああ、そうだとも。
Shut up, you failure. Someone smack him. Disregarding his father, Ryusei stilled his thoughts and waited. Yeah, that's true. Given this game, we'll be lucky if it's just killing. About 5 minutes later, a servant came in hurrying.
四季京子様、
This is the same.
八坂九郎様が参られました。
Think this is the same place as the last house? No, not the last house. The house before that. Reusing backgrounds is common, though.
通せ
The servant bowed and stepped away. A moment later, a woman Ryukin recognized and a man he didn't stepped into the room.
二田様、ご無沙汰しております。
ああ、よく来たの。そちらが九段の婿殿か。
Yusaka Kyaru shuffled forward, still sitting and bowed deeply before him. He's a giant, although perhaps not as much as he seems at first glance. Looking closely, he could tell Kyaru wasn't that enormous. But still, there was something large about the way he was built. His hands were clearly at least twice the size of a normal man's. I don't like him. I'm not one for tricks of the eye. Besides, that's what he's pretending to be, a man. He's a Yusaka.
八坂九郎と申します。四季家に婿として参りました。以後、よろしくお願いいたします。
おお、立派な婿殿よ。京子さん、これはいいマスラを選んだものだ。
お褒めに預かり光栄です。
Shiki Kyoko was as beautiful as ever, but there was something different about her, a certain glow. Oh, I was right, he likes her. Ryusei swallowed nervously. Her beauty was too obvious to miss. He's going to marry her? She's too good for a Yasaka like him. Ryusei reflexively bit his bottom lip.
近頃は大きな問題もなく、四季家との付き合いも続いている。
はい、必ず。
Kyaru sat quietly and politely without so much as looking at Ryusei. So no one's worth his time but grandfather, is that? Is that it? He's underestimating me. See, you have an inferior... Okay, everyone knows the word I'm trying to say. Inferior... Okay, there are words I can't say, but he's an idiot. Damn it! Inferiority complex. I think I said it right. Shit. There are words I can't say. Inferiority. Close enough, thank you. I tried. There are words I legitimately can't say because of my speech impediment. He caught his blood beginning to boil and told himself to cool down. It wouldn't do any good to start a scene. Ryusei could tell that grandfather just wanted to get through the visit and send them home without any issues. We knew what you meant. Thank you, chat. By the way, if you guys want to see these live, if you become a member either on this channel or on Sinfully Pure, on Patreon, Subscribestar, or even Twitch, then you can go ahead and get a link to the Discord and watch these games live. Why do we on Discord? Because it's the easiest way to do it, honestly. Just you wait. I'll make sure they learn who's really in charge around here. Alright, chat. Fine. Inferiority complex. All of you can sit down. Are you happy?
ところで九郎殿。
I tried.
はい。
前のオーナーには お会いになられたか？
は？
It went over exactly as he hoped. A grim look overfell Kyoko's face, while Ryusei cheered on his grandfather in his head. Oh, you're starting shit, old man. What do you mean there was one before?
前のと申されますと。
前の、誰だったか。
Did Kyoko have a sister that she lost? That could be why she's crazy.
すまん、気のせいだったかもしれん。まあ、老人の言うことと思って聞き流してくれ。
Everyone, he's going to end up like the last one.
うん。はい。
Kyoko held her hand to her chest in relief. It was a subtle gesture, but Ryusei noticed and was overjoyed to see it. By the looks of it, are we really the first ones who've said anything?
では、クロウさん、そろそろおいとましましょう。
She wants to avoid the subject, huh? Why don't I join in?
おや、もう行かれるのか。残念だの。またゆっくりおいでなさい。
Listen, old man, if we put you against the wall, you're not gonna live.
はい。ぜひまた。
Also, Kyaru doesn't care.
私が見送ろう。じいさま、よろしいな。
This man's about to get a bloody nose, I have a feeling.
ああ、流星。くれぐれも失礼のないようにな。
So this entire family are just snakes.
もちろん。
Ryusei answered with a smile, but Ryukin was giving him a look. So I'm not supposed to bring it up again? A privilege reserved for a senile old fool, huh? Ryusei kicked himself a little, but he didn't mind. He just set out to lead their guests out. See, I get what they're doing. At least the old man can feign senility. The young guy is not going to have an excuse and is going to end up against a wall. While he and Kyoko were being seen out, Kyaru went over the visit in his memory. The mood here was worse than any of the previous houses. It only took one look for Kyaru to know that Ryukin was a two-faced liar. He tried to play senile, but his every word and action reeked of naked ambition. And this one's just like him. The younger man, Futara Ryusei, had a stench just as bad as his grandfather's. In fact, it was worse. Ryusei didn't even try to hide his disrespect. It feels like we're in a lion's den. And Kyoko was quieter than usual. Clearly, something about Ryukin's remark had gotten to her. An older sister, perhaps? But if Kyoko didn't want to talk about it, Kyaru wasn't of any mind to force it out of her. They were going to be together for many long years. She would probably talk to him about it at some point.
さて、これでひとまずおさらばだな。じいさまが妙なことを言い出してすまなかった。
Yeah, I figured Kyaru wouldn't care. Kyaru wants Kyoko. Kyaru is going to burn the house down, with all of you locked inside, unable to leave. If Kyoko starts crying, you all better learn to run, because I have a feeling Kyaru will absolutely do worse to you than they did to the last one.
いえ、預かり知れないことでしたので、私も戸惑ってしまいました。
まあ、そういうこともあるだろう。しかし京子は随分雰囲気が変わったな。
If you try flirting with Kyoko around, you know what? I'm fine with this. Let it happen. I want this entire family taken out.
そうでしょうか。だとしたら、クロウさんのおかげですね。
Kyoko smiled a little as she said that, but Kyaru didn't. He merely nodded in silence. He knew the man they were dealing with wouldn't be persuaded so easily.
なんというか、女らしくなったな。メス犬の匂いが臭くてかなわん。
Bro! Oh, said before a disaster. Oh yeah, no, that's got to be a thumbnail. It's pretty obvious what this guy is doing. He wants Kyaru to attack him. Because if Kiaru attacks, it gives that family a chance to do something. He's trying to push Kiaru into an attack. It'd be funnier if it's Kyoko, but she's gonna keep a cool head.
今、なんと
Yeah, he's trying to provoke.
いや、申し訳ない。我慢できずに本音が出てしまった。
Yeah, this man's... He's not gonna get it right off the bat, but he will get it. Oh, look at Kiaru's face. Oh boy. Oh, this is not gonna end well for this man. It may not happen right away, but something's gonna happen to this man.
それでどんな体勢で八坂のもののけチェックを受け入れたんだ？毎晩腰を振っておねだりしているのだろう？
He's really trying to provoke them. Oh, honey. Oh, honey, this is not going to end well for you. He's going to be the type... No, he's not. The problem is, I know what he's doing. Think about it. If Kiaru attacks him, because he's supposed to be the military, basically. Well, not the military, but the government. They're the government of the island. So if Kiaru or Kyoko attack him, they can press charges on Shiki and go after them. He's trying to have that happen. So the thing is, he's going to stay around, and I'm guessing this, but I'm so used to these type of things in anime in general. He's going to stay around, and he's going to keep doing this every time we see him. He's going to progressively get worse until something beyond awful happens to him. But they're not going to do it outright. We can hopefully see him get eviscerated because I've been told this one gets really messed up.
そりゃ人外チッコとお盛んなら艶も出るだろうしな。
Oh, Jesus. Are you mad you got a tiny dick, bro? Is that what's going on? Oh, boy. I mean, oh, he's just gonna go full on for it, isn't he? No, I'm drinking. Chat. I'm glad I didn't pick up my water.
ああ、なるほど。
Yeah, see, she's not falling for his act. Kiaru was ready to hold her back from going ballistic, but Kyoko's reaction was icy. See, she knows exactly. She's used to them.
申し訳ありませんが、クロウさんの一物はとても大しく、よだれが出るほど素晴らしいものですよ。
Ladies and gentlemen, that's woman for your dick is itsy bitsy and never gonna be enough. She's just gonna play the game right with him. Absolutely the smartest thing you can do.
もちろん、人間そのものです。最高級人間弾痕ですね。
For anyone that ever wants to know how women do the fighting, that's how we do it. Because we know what gets men mad. See? He wasn't expecting that. I knew that was going to happen. He was either going to ignore him entirely or screw with him. Kyoko is my type of chick. I like her. I would have done the same thing.
とはいえ、おじいさまから式前の行為は禁止されていますので、拝ませていただいた喫立したそれを思い、毎晩慕っては慰める日々です。ずーっとこの方をお慕いしているのですから、女にならない方が無理というものでしょう。
It's either because she's crazy or fucking with him. I can't. It's a little side A and B. He's not gonna have a comeback for this.
あなたのようなお子様にはわからない匂い。大変結構です。
She hits him with you're a child. Woo! She just murdered that man. Can we get a Kyoko cheer in my chat room tonight? This just made up for earlier.
さぞや単勝で荒らせられるその一物では、経験する機会があるかわかりませんが、せいぜい覚えて帰ってください。
She murdered this man. She roasted him, murdered him, called the ambulance, pissed on his grave, everything. Right there in the span of like a few sentences.
ああ、ですが、私の匂いでいたすのはやめてくださいね。あなたの劣情のはけ口になるなんて、考えただけでゾッとします。
And then she tap danced on said grave. Twice.
言わせておけば。
See, now she's baiting him into attacking.
ああ、あまりにひどくてめまいが。
Kyoko fell into Karu's arms as if she were fainting dramatically. Oh, she is having too much fun. Kyaru looked straight into Ryusei's eyes and smiled. He's like, yeah, I'm taking that crazy home with me. I know because the last time you streamed this. Look, she's not the one that did that last time. He could only think of one reason why the young man would try to make fun of Kyoko by insulting him.
もしかして君、京子が好きだったのか？
Oh yeah, that is what kids do, isn't it? He really is just a kid.
Huh?
She didn't even realize it.
はあ、そんなわけないだろうが。何お前事を。
二良家が主導権を握って指揮権も取ろうとするなら、それが一番手っ取り早いからな。
Going on weird on Discord. Hold on.
ああ、君が単に京子を好きだったのかもしれないが。
Kyaru spoke matter-of-factly, then shifted Kyoko to pull her into a tight embrace. A sweet scent filled the air.
すまないな。
And with that, Kyaru picked Kyoko up and he just literally went, "This is mine," and then bolted. "I'm out, mine."
俺が先にもらわれてしまった。
I was joking. He actually did it. He literally did do it. And he even yelled it. She's already mine. I love it. This is written by a woman. Kyaru sprinted away at inhuman speed before Ryusei had a chance to answer. The landscape passed him and Kyoko in a blur as he ran, and by the time any villager would turn around, he was already long gone.
すっきりした。
ならよかった。
He had fun with that one.
クロウさんがあんなに一気に喋るところも初めて見られました。
少しムキになったかもしれない。
私のためですか？
他にいないだろう。
はい、そうですね。私もクロウさんのために頑張りました。
ならおあいこか。
そのようなものです。
The two of them had a cheerful conversation as they sped along. It wouldn't take them long to get home to House Shiki's estate, at the pace they were moving. Home, it was an unusual concept for Karu, but one he was starting to grow fond of. We're gonna keep going, this is fun. What rude people, that doesn't speak well for their upbringing. Listen here, you little bitch. We're all going to enjoy what eventually happens to you. Let's be real. Ryusei plodded back through the hallway. He wouldn't be able to get over what had happened without going back to the tatami room and seeing Ryukin one more time. He thinks I have a crush on Kyoko? Yeah, right, get a grip. He really is an immature child. He couldn't even bring himself to say that stuff to my face without turning tail. The nerve. But Ryusei was just lying to himself. He still couldn't calm down. Not only had Kyaru and Kyoko's words wounded his pride, but they had noticed the feelings he hadn't even realized he had. I'll never forgive Kyoko or that Yasaka Kyaru guy for any of them. When I get my way, there won't be a House Shiki. I thought she was like naked except for the... Okay. Alright, good. I legitimately thought she was naked for a moment, except for just the cloak thing. Just then, a woman peeked out of the hall. She had been hiding until the guests left.
おい、トコ。
どうしたの？
お前の情報が要なのだぞ。確かかどうか今一度確認させろ。
心配性だな。
The woman, Futara Tooko, laughed into her sleeve.
大丈夫だよ。私はふたらに全部捧げてあげるから。
Oh.
君も頑張らなくっちゃね、流星くん。
Ryusei was burning with pride and ambition, but he didn't voice it. He merely disappeared into the tatami room where Ryukin was waiting. At the time, the sky was still blue. No one could have foreseen the storm that was coming. Uh-oh. Something's gonna happen. That night, Kyaru found himself standing in one of the halls of the House Shiki estate. He was on his way back to the annex, but he had stopped to look at the moon. It was beautiful. He spent about 10 seconds like that.
Oh.
あら
Ada? Then he was about to start walking again. He found his face right against Kyoko's, her eyes open wide.
月を見ていらしたのですか？
うん。なんとなく。なんだ？
クロウさんにしては珍しいと、そう思ったのです。効率の悪いことはあまりされないでしょ？
Look, sometimes someone can just like the moon.
そうかな。うん。そうかもしれない。
He's not the one that likes the guy, it's the doctor that had... I don't know if Cal's seen that episode yet, even though he's a patron. There's a doctor that likes him. Male doctor. What was the point of looking at the moon? He would be better served by getting to sleep as soon as possible. Perhaps that was what he would have done in the past, but he didn't this time.
今日の流星への一気呵成な文句も珍しかったですが、最近、クロウさんのいろんな面が見られて幸せです。
Aw. I work hard on these videos, Cal.
少し座りましょうか。
ああ。
Kyoko ushered Kyaru out into the courtyard, where the two of them sat down on the porch.
どうですか？
I wasn't kidding, there's a lot of good thumbnails.
どうというのは？
好きですよ。好き。
Kyoko was pointing at the moon. It seemed like there was something she wanted Kyaru to say. Unfortunately, he had no idea what it was, but he knew he wasn't supposed to ask.
月よりも京子の方が綺麗だな。
ほほほ、そうですか。そうきますか。
She is completely nuts and horny.
意識してやってないのかもしれませんけど、クロウさんのそういうところ、ほんとずるいですからね。なんだか私、一日一回はゆるゆるになってる気がします。
だが、嫌とは言わない。
当たり前です。私はクロウさんにとろけさせられるのが何よりの幸せだと自負していますので。
自分で自動的にではなくな。
それは自然になってしまいますから、あなたからしてもらえるのが嬉しいのです。
Kyoko appeared very happy and proud. Kyaru felt a little odd when he thought about the fact that he was the one making her feel that way. And without thinking too much about it, he put words to those feelings.
さっき、君は俺のいろんな面が見られて嬉しいと言ったな。
はい。
だが、それは。
Whoops. He took a breath and looked up at the moon.
俺に、そんな多面性など存在しなかった。あるのはただ、人を殺す優れた道具という一面だけだ。だから、もし君がそう思うのだとしたら、それは、君によって生まれたものだ。俺に元からあったものじゃない。
それは嫌ですか？
嫌じゃない。だが、俺のそれが行為に当てはまるのかわからない。
Feeling Kyoko next to him, Kyaru continued to open up to her.
きっと、そもそもの辞書や物差しが、俺の内側にはないのだと思う。 だからどこまで行っても抱いた気持ちが感情が何なのかわからない。でもあるのは確かだ。それだけははっきりとわかる。
Kyaru went quiet.
それが怖いのか不安なのかもわからないのですね。
いいや、俺にそんなものはない。そういう風にできているものだと先生が教えてくれた。
イオ殿が？
ああ、
Kyaru nodded and continued.
どうもそういう後ろ向きな情動には縁がないらしい。
前向きなのですね。
向こう光とも言うが、ああ、まあとにかくだ。
Kyoko's understanding helped Kyaru figure out what he was trying to say.
君と式を挙げたとしても、俺には家族とかそういうものがわからないんだ。意味としては理解できても実感がない。子供ができたとしてもその子に注ぐ愛情がわからない。万事が万事、その調子だ。
でもわからないだけでそこにあるのでしょ？
そうかもしれない。だがそうでないかもしれない。
でしたら大丈夫ですよ。
Kyoko was smiling at him. It was a genuine and not unconflicted.
私はクロウさんに愛されています。クロウさんは私を愛しています。
それは。
それがわからない女に見えますか？
いいや、見えない。
でしたらあなたはそのままでいいのです。辞書や物差しがないなら私が受け止めて翻訳しましょう。その代わり私にあなたをいつまでも慕わせてください。
お互いに依存するのか。
There was a quick black, like the game just blacked out for half a second. That is not your video. The game did that, and I have no idea why.
そのくらいでちょうどいいと思いませんか？
I hope it's not the monitor. The two of them felt quiet. For once, Kyoko didn't break the silence. When he realized she was waiting for him to speak, Kyaru swallowed and decided to let her see a little more of what he had inside. You didn't see it? Oh, that's not a good sign. That might be my monitor.
もう一つあるが、いいか。
どうぞ。
これを聞いたら追い出してくれてもいい。
Means you better hook up the other one. Yeah, yeah.
そんなことしませんよ。
Kyaru was relieved to hear that. He just hoped she wouldn't stop smiling. He thought back to his past. Well, it only was the game.
知っての通り、俺は八坂に生まれた。先生から聞いていると思うが、あの人が携わっている実験の産物だ。
詳しくは知らないのですが、それはどういった？
血統実験と呼ばれている。八坂は本土で仕事をさせるための人材、その産出、育成を担っている。そのための素材もまた本土から送られてくる。昔からのことだ。中には権力の座から追われた高貴な血筋の者もいた。有名を轟かせた武家の本家の者たちもいた。そういう者たちも素材として受け入れているうちに誰かが気づき始めたんだ。
優れた血統の取り込みですか？
そうだ。本土側で厄介者になった由緒ある血統のものを積極的に素材として入荷し、腹や種として利用する。そうやって血統を重ね合わせていくうちに奇妙な者たちが現れ始めた。どの血統が作用したのかは先生でもわかるのかわからないのか。
それがもののけと呼ばれるゆえんですね。
Kyaru nodded and looked down at one of his own oversized hands.
見た目はともかく仕事には役立つことも多かった。服なり袋なりで大抵の奇形は隠せるからな。
He made a fist and took a breath.
俺もそんな実験の産物だ。
傑作だとイオ殿は豪語していましたね。
どうだろうな。自覚は薄い。傑作は自分の親をくびり殺さないだろう。
I mean, yep, I guess. It depends on the story. Kyoko felt quiet and he shook his head.
俺の母親は久しぶりに入荷した素材だったらしい。なんでも外に出荷したやつとの間に生まれて先祖返りしたやつだとか言っていたが、どこまで信じたものか。父親も同じようなやつだった。ただしこちらは八坂の生まれで、どちらも真っ当な人間の形をしていたな。最初は無理やり交尾させられたそうだが、俺ができて心境の変化があったのか、仲睦まじくくっついた。
でしたらなぜ？
未だに父親の方の理由はわからない。多分俺が怖かったのかな。なんせ生まれた時から意識があったくらいだ。
子供、それも男子を殺す理由にはなりません。
それは跡継ぎを考える家の場合だな。八坂では子供だろうと知ったことじゃない。ただったらどうして俺をきっかけに仲良しになったのかと疑問には思う。
He looked to Kyoko, but she didn't know any better than he did. It would remain a mystery for all eternity.
3歳の時、苦しくて目を覚ますと父親に首を絞められていた。何も言わず無言のまま殺されそうになったんだ。
I mean, that's an image.
慌てた俺は父親の手首を握って骨ごと握りつぶした。あとは二度と殺されないよう喉仏ごと首をえぐって終わりだ。
Wow. So the recording paused, weirdly enough. So.
どう思う？
それしかなかったのですか？
He started writing that sentence before the wrist cross, yeah.
ない。今振り返ってもあの時の判断は正しいと断言できる。だが普通はそうしないということも知っているんだ。
ならきっと正しかったのでしょう。
なぜ？
だってそうしなければ私はクロウさんに出会えていませんから。
Crazy me crazy. Kyoko hesitated as she spoke, but there was a certainty in her voice. Kyaru blinked several times, then started talking again.
母親は随分気落ちしていたが、それでも俺には優しく接してくれていた。
I have a feeling somebody set his father up to do it. Oh, okay.
5歳のある日、住処に戻ると首をつって死んでいた。
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Or that. Okay, never mind. Guess she was kind to her a little while.
遺書はなかったが、夫がいない寂しさに耐えられなかったんだろう。多分だが。
他に思い当たる理由は？
Kyaru shook his head.
俺はぶら下がる母親の前で半日ばかりぼーっとしていた。降ろそうとする人にも頼んでそのままにしてもらっていたが、どれだけ見ていても明確な理由はわからなかった。最後には先生が降ろして父親と一緒の場所に埋めてくれたよ。それからはあの人に指示して今に至ると。
Does anyone else think Sensei had something to do with both deaths?
それで どうするのですか？
Kyoko's like, that's all tragic. What the fuck do you mean by telling me all this?
だから、俺には家も家族もわからない上に、そんなものがあるとすら、本心では思えないんだ。だってそうじゃなければ、父親を首り殺したり、母親が首を吊った理由がわからないわけがないだろう。
Kyoko just continued to staring into Kyaru's eyes. He didn't avert his gaze.
もう、七名家への挨拶回りも終わった。ここまで付き合ってきて、君には俺の素性も話した。その上でどうするのか、決めるのは君だ。
Suddenly, Kyoko broke eye contact.
いいえ、
She spoke softly, leaning against him, but not looking at him.
決めるのは私たちです。
だって君は、普通の家族がわかるだろう。俺とくっついたって。
わかりません。
Kyoko spoke with such force that Kyaru was speechless.
私にも家族なんてわかりませんよ。
親がいるのに。
外見上はそうでしょうね。
Kyoko seemed unhappy. She continued.
でもおじいさまにとっても父上にとっても、女とは子供をはらんで産み落とし跡継ぎを作るためのものです。子供を産まなければ産めなければ女ですらありません。まだ家族という枠組みに私は入れていないのです。
She tried to force a smile. Kyaru wanted to ask if that was really true, but he knew she had never lied to him. Besides, he could feel the heat of her body. It told him she was telling the truth.
ですからクロウさんはそれでいいのです。
She nuzzled into his chest.
家族がわからない夫と家族未満の妻、どちらかに偏るよりちょうどいいじゃないですか。
She was affectionately prompting him to agree. Kyaru heaved a deep breath. It was very, very long sigh.
そんなものかな。
そんなものですよ。
Kyoko sighed and pouted.
それにクロウさん、私の行為を甘く見すぎです。その程度のことで嫌いになるとでも思っていたなら、そちらの方が傷つきます。
You want to talk about your sister?
ああ、それは。
傷ついちゃいました。なんとかしてくれなければ動けそうにありません。
Kyaru ran his fingers through Kyoko's hair and whispered softly.
俺も君に対して真面目にそう思っているから話したんだが、話したらしいな。振り返ってみればそうだ。
それは告白と取ってよろしいのでしょうか。
いいよ。
もうちょっとこのままで話していましょう。もっとはっきり自覚してうまく言葉で表現してみてください。
And she's horny again.
風邪をひかない程度にね。
それより先に言わせてみせます。
Their voices trailed off into the night. Kyaru wasn't sure how long after that they would spend talking. It seemed like the words she offered were close enough. Aw, they're so cute. Alright guys, so next time we will continue. Thank you guys for joining me both live and on YouTube. Keep being awesome everyone. Bye. Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offering. We're doing this once again live with the supporters. If you guys want to watch these type of games live, then just become a supporter through YouTube, here, or on Sinfully Pure, my other channel, Patreon, Subscribestar, or Twitch. Because Twitch people get a link to the Discord too. So let's continue. It was morning in Rigaku Shopping District, and as usual, there was a crowd. Wrong button. Most of the villagers in Nanawawa worked in the fields, but many of the wives, as well as some of the servant girls, worked in their family kitchens. Most of them did their shopping in the mornings. Later in the evening, there would be a lot of men out to pick things up after they'd finished work for the day, but at the time, there were very few of them.
とは言いましても、昔よりははるかにマシになったと、うちのじいさんも申しておりました。
The owner of the cafe, out on the porch, with a serving tray in hand, was speaking with passion.
裕福になったということか？
なんでしょうね。近代化とか言うんでしたか？生活に余裕はできましたね。
ああ。確かに、食うに困っている奴は見ない。それだけでも、ありがたいことなのかもしれないな。
まったくで。
Sipping his tea and taking a bite of his kusa dango, Karu nodded with the cafe owner. It had been a month since he and Kyoko finished visiting each of the 7 noble houses.
若旦那も、随分とこなれなさいましたな。
Are you complaining that I like your food?
覚えるのが早いとは、よく言われる。
アホよりはよっぽど結構なことですよ。いや、すいません。こんなこと言っちゃ失礼ですな。
構わない。まだ慣れていないのも事実だからな。至らないところがあれば言ってくれればありがたい。気を使われて陰口を叩かれる方が困る。
Oh, don't worry. They could still tell you what's wrong and do that.
四季様もそうおっしゃっておいででしたか？
どうだろうな。ただ、道元様もあまり上からの味方に固執しないように努めてらっしゃるように見受けられる。七名家などと言っても、所詮、一皮むけば普通の村民と何も変わらん。そこを勘違いしてはいかんとのことだ。
The Shiki seem to be the only ones of the noble houses that feel like that. Kyaru finished his tea, then shot a glance at the cafe owner, was sharp but calm.
婿の俺が、それに逆らうわけにはいかないだろ
う。だから仕方なく、日を置かず通ってくださっているのですな。
That to get away from Karu for a little, or Kyoko for a little while.
そんなに多くはないだろう。3日前に来たきりだぞ。
そうでしたか？毎日お姿は見ているもので。
そうかもしれないが。ああ、そうか。
そうですとも。
そうか。
そういうのをこなれたというのですよ。おい。
The owner signaled one of the waitresses to bring more tea.
よくわからないな。
Unable to tell whether Kyaru was being serious or not, the cafe owner looked at him with a quizzical expression that mirrored Kyaru's own.
クロさんこれも持っていきましょう。あちらも見てきますね。
Now we know why Kyaru just chills at the shop. Or at the cafe. Kyoko added her bags to the huge pile of clothes, treats, and trinkets already beside Kyaru and trotted off in a hurry. So, bets on her getting kidnapped?
お嬢様もお元気で何よりです。若旦那が来ただけであんなにお美しくなられるとは。
そんなに変わったか？
ええ、変わりましたとも。つぼみがようやく開いたといった風情ですな。村の者たちみんなそう思っておりますよ。
ならいいんだが。
若旦那は四季のお嬢様がお嫌いで？
いや、嫌いじゃない。だが、京子が俺に寄せる好意に応えられているかどうかは自信がないな。
おやまあ。
The cafe owner slackened his jaw a bit and held his hand to his mouth. Kyaru wondered if he had come across as though he was bragging. He got the impression word would spread about what he had said. They should know what to expect from me by now, I hope. Kyaru had spent most of his life never setting foot outside House Yasaka, but now that Kyoko was dragging him into town every day, people were starting to recognize him.
では、これと、あれも、それも。
京子、ほどほどにしておかないか？
何をおっしゃるのですか。クロウさんのご実家に挨拶に行くのですから、手抜かりがあってはいけません。では、行ってきます。
Oh, you're going to House Yasaka? That's not good. Though I don't think they'll do anything. Kyoko ran off excitedly once again. He tried to stop her several times, but she gotten carried away. Nothing could stop her.
はい、どうぞ。
ああ、ありがとう。
The waitress handed Kyaru his tea and stared at him intently.
何か？
いいえ、若旦那、やっぱりよーく見ると伊達男ですね。
Oh, lady, no.
これ、なんてことを言ってるんだい。さっさと仕事しなさい。
Smart shop owner.
はーい。
The waitress giggled and moved behind the counter. There, Kyaru saw her whispering with the other waitresses and stealing glances at him.
申し訳ありません。まったく、あいつらと来たら。
謝らなくてもいい。褒められたわけだから悪い気はしないさ。
そうやって甘やかすからまた男前が上がるんですよ。
そうか。悪いな。
なんで私が謝られてるんですかね。まったく。
いや、確かに俺にはそういうところがある。だから京子にやきもきされることも多い。
まったくです。悪い虫が近づいてきても全然追い払わないんですから。
I legitimately just took a drink of orange juice. Oh, that burns. Oh, I wish I hadn't read the ending of that. Oh, that hurts so much. Oh no. This game is gonna slowly kill me.
おかげで私は気が気じゃありません。もっと自衛してください。
そう言われてもな。敵意を向けられてるわけでもなし、邪険に扱う理由がないだろう。
私のためにしてください。
Yeah, the fact she's so jealous is kind of a red flag something bad will happen.
そんなことをしたらお前の評判が下がるだろう。
ひいては四季家のためにもなりませんね。
納得したか？納得いかないなら後からいくらでも付き合おう。
本当ですか？
Man, she's easy.
ああ、いいぞ。いつもみたいでもいつも以上でも構わない。
それは期待させていただきます。最近クロウさんの手のひらで転がされている気がしますが、これはこれで良いものですね。
そうか。ならそろそろ。
ではまだありますので行ってまいります。
You did this to yourself. And with that, Kyaru ran off.
お元気ですな。
俺の前だけああだと聞いているが、本当か？
そうかもしれませんが、今となってみればあちらが素なのでしょう。男も女も色恋沙汰では本性が出ますから。
なるほどな。
そのあたり若旦那は最初から変わりませんね。
そうか？これでも親父や他の者たちには学ばせてもらっているんだがな。
そうじゃありませんよ。変に調子に乗ったりこじれてないってことです。
The owner sighed. It sounded like he was exasperated, but there was a note of amusement there as well.
八坂から婿を取るなんて、最初はどんなもののけが来るかと思ったもんですが、 存外まともで。美男子じゃないにしても、よく見れば絵巻物も描く屋の伊達男がマスラオでしょ。そりゃ女連中も騒ぐってもんですよ。整いすぎてるより泥臭さや武々しさがこう来るもんがあるんでしょうね。
持ち上げすぎだと思うが、悪い気はしないな。
Kyaru understood, however, what the owner had said to him. It was a result of House Yusaka's research in blood science. He himself was the fruit of their extensive eugenics program. It wasn't something he had achieved by his own efforts, so there was no reason for him to be proud. But there wasn't any reason for him to reject the praise either. Something seems odd. He was reflecting on what he had observed of life in Nanawawa village up to that point. There isn't much that House Yoshiki has direct control over. There weren't tasks to organize inter-house affairs in the way House Ichikura was. There weren't a political family like House Futara, nor did they care for the ill like House Kazu. They didn't manage shipping like House Gosha, and they weren't responsible for the overall economy like House Riku. They didn't even handle police functions like House Sagusa did. Yet somehow they're the most powerful family in Nanawawa village. Is it just a matter of being popular? Kyaru wasn't able to work out what the reason for that popularity was, but he could see it when he interacted with the villagers.
まあ、これで四季様も頼道様に続いてまともな跡取りができるんだから安心ってものでしょう。
Let's be real, every other house seems a lot more awful than House Shiki right now. That was it. The people saw Dugan and Shiki as trustworthy.
わからないぞ。頼道様はともかく、俺は八坂だからな。乱心して二良様に任せることになるかもしれない。
I can see why the people don't trust the other families. Right now, we haven't seen any major issues with House Shiki, but there has been hints at something.
やめてくださいよ、縁起でもない。今のは黙っててくださいね。
The cafe owner held his finger over his lips in a shushing motion. He knew very well what could happen. Originally, the 7 noble houses were no different from the other families of the village. They were supposed to be representatives. Though he didn't know the circumstances that led to this point, they now held power to govern over the village. But it made sense to him that families such as the 7 noble houses, without any traditions or lineage to speak of, would get drunk on power once they had a taste of it. Even if the first generation resisted its pull, their children would be shaped by it from the moment they were born. House Shiki and House Ichikura seems like the only ones who could realistically be called trustworthy. House Gosha and House Riku weren't that bad, but the villagers had a strong awareness of their susceptibility to outside influences given their respective trades, and their heads of the household only proved that point. But House Shiki had maintained a clean image in the eyes of the villagers, while at the same time maintaining a strong relationship with the mainland. They had ensured that Nanawawa village didn't fall behind in terms of development, and as a result, they had earned the villagers' trust and established a strong foundation for their own power. That seems about right, which means... He was thinking while watching Kyoko from afar. By taking me out on dates around the village, Kyoko is also helping the villagers get to know me. Her intention must be to keep them from grow wary of House Shiki.
クロウさん、もう少し待っててくださいね。
He turned and raised his head to show that he had heard her, then went back to his thoughts, brow furrowed. Right? He had no way of knowing for certain. Well, that doesn't have to be her only intention. Kyaru told himself that and stood up.
お嬢様が戻られるまで待った方がよろしいのでは？
そうするとまたすぐに行ってしまう。その分茶と菓子がかさんで儲かるんだろうがな。
いい、毎度どうも。今後ともどうぞごひいきに。
At least he's honest. A wary look on his face, the cafe owner signaled to the waitress to put down their trays.
ああ、それと親父、念のために繰り返し言っておくが。
え？
Kyaru smiled at the man as he paid his bill for the day.
俺は京子を全く、これっぽっちも嫌いではない。それと彼女は、疑問の余地なく綺麗であり、可愛らしいのではないかと思う。断言できないのは、我が身の不徳の致すところだが、不仲だとか変な噂は立てないでくれ。
若旦那。
どうした？
態度でわかるから心配いりませんよ。
The owner didn't seem to have a clue about what Kyaru was talking about.
そうか。ならいいが。
Kyaru gave the man a nod and glanced at the pile of gifts Kyoko had brought for their visit to House Yusaka. He had laid out a cloth under where she had placed them, so all he had to do was tie it to carry them all at once.
クロウさん、もう行かれるのですか？
Girl, you have bought so much shit. Kyoko had returned with a simple but high-quality hairpin. Kyaru nodded to her to add it into the makeshift sack.
出なければキリがないだろう。
そうかもしれませんが、これだけで大丈夫でしょうか？
どうだろうな。まあ、足りないというやつはいないだろう。
You notice we didn't give gifts for any of the other households.
クロウさんがそうおっしゃるなら。
Suddenly, Kyoko stepped closer and grabbed Kyaru's hand. He didn't make any effort to resist. In fact, he stepped forward to meet her.
もうすっかり慣れてしまいましたね。私の手もクロウさんの形を覚えてしまいました。
She started walking, pulling him along.
クロウさんはどうですか？
That's a good one. Kyaru turned the words over in his head, thinking back on everything that had happened in the past month, including their bath together.
覚えていないところの方が少ないぞ。
そうですよね。そうですね。いろいろ。あと少しですから。お互い我慢しましょう。ね。
I don't think he's as horny as you are.
京子は我慢強いな。
あんまり挑発しないでくださいよ。もう。
And had to get a shovel. Well, they're going through a bunch of allergy tests right now. You guys know Miko's had allergies for years. One of the things is having to go through and not give them anything with protein because they can be allergic to certain proteins. He hadn't intended on doing anything of the sort, but he could see that Kyoko was blushing and he felt her squeezing his hand tighter. Her hands are so cold but soft. Kaoru was very accustomed to the sensation at that point. He even enjoyed it. Her hand was a little sweaty at the moment, probably because she was nervous about where they were headed. They were paying a visit to Kyaru's home, although it didn't feel like a home to him, even more so now that he had moved away to join House Shiki. They were going to visit House Yasaka's estate. It was that night before. Just when Kaoru was about to retire for the night, Kyoko came to visit him. It was an unusual thing for her to do, so neither of them were able to guarantee that they'd be able to resist temptation while alone together in his bedroom at night. However, Kyaru knew she was aware of that, so he assumed she was there for some other reason.
相談なら聞こう。
Kyaru sat down across from Kyoko, who looked up at him when he spoke.
クロさん、あなたの出自は八坂ですが、お父様やお母様についてはもう伺いました。
そうだな。
It had been some time since they had that conversation in the courtyard. I love her. I still love her reaction to that. Was like, yeah, so what? Like, that's how much she's messed up in the head. Her reaction was, okay, yeah, don't care. Since then, Kyoko had never brought it up again, nor had she made any effort to talk about her own family. That said, he was growing more comfortable with her and more aware of the fact that the two of them would soon be husband and wife.
突然どうしたんだ？
はい。ずっと考えていたのですが、クロウさんのご実家への、ご両親への挨拶がまだでしたよね。
I don't know, can you talk to the dead?
京子。
わかっています。ですが、早くにご両親が亡くなられて、親同然に育てていただいた方がおられるのですよね。
うん。
イオ殿ですか？
うん。そうだ。
Kiaru didn't think most people would consider the role she played in his life to be more like parent-like, but she was the closest there was to such a thing in his life. The chat's like, does she know what death means? Okay, that's what she means, yeah.
先生が親。親か。うん。
I'm not the... Okay, chat. I am not the only one that thinks the sensei has something to do with this, right? Like his parents' death. I still feel like the sensei sent the dad to kill him. As a test.
いつになく渋い顔ですね。
Because this is my theory on it. The sensei didn't like that the parents were starting to get lovey-dovey and actually, you know, like each other. And probably starting to show Kiaru, you know, how to be normal. And she wanted to put a nix on that.
そうか？そうかもな。まあいいよ。挨拶に行くなら、俺も一緒に行こう。
気が進まないのでしたら、私一人でも構いませんが。
いや、一緒に行く。京子一人では危ないからな。
That's what has me worried about them going, is he knows if she went alone, something bad would happen. Although they weren't the majority, some Yasaka had long ago lost any ability for reason or could control themselves. Some of them would roam the grounds like almost like animals, and it wasn't safe for anyone but those who knew them well to approach. Not to mention that not all of them even look human. There could be a problem if Kyoko fainted. Kiaru heaved a sigh.
そうと決まれば、明日行くか。道元様には許可を取っているんだろう？
Guys, I feel like we're about to get Cronenberg up in here. I'm fine with this.
もちろんです。快諾していただけました。
Kiaru thought that would be the case. House Shiki's power lay in their ties to the mainland, after all. It could only benefit them to strengthen their connection with House Yasaka, which was a critical part of that arrangement.
おじい様もクロウさんを見て、八坂とより密接に関わることに決めたようです。これも私たちの仲が良いからですね。
No, you saw how horny you were. There's a difference.
そうなのか？
何を戸惑っているんですか？話を聞いた限りでは、クロウさんには尊い血筋も混ざっているのでしょ？ならば、その血を指揮家に入れるというのはとても光栄なこと。もっと自信を持ってください。
Kiara's eyes were wide in shock. He never thought of it that way before.
では、明日の予定ですが、まず午前中はお土産を用意して。
Again, this is the only house that they're actually bringing items, but then again, it's supposed to be his family house, so that makes more sense. Kyoko smiled at Kaoru as she started rattling off the plan she had already made. The next day, the two of them were on the road to House Yasaka Estate. I thought she'd get tired and I would have to carry her. But Kyoko was ahead of Kiaru, who had to carry her luggage, and she was maintaining a decent pace.
クロウさん、こちらで間違いないでしょうか？
ああ、そのまま道なりでいい。
はい。
Kyoko sounded cheerful. She was smiling and there was a bounce in her step, of course. Kiaru knew that she lived an active lifestyle from the month they had been together. Still, he hadn't expected her to be so comfortable with the long hike to the mountain roads.
京子は山でも遊んでたのか？
ええ。八坂の領域にまで踏み込むことは禁止されていましたが、村の近くで遊んでいました。
誰と？
一人ですよ。おじいさまやおばあさまはご立腹でしたが、これでも結構やんちゃだったんです。
Oh, yeah, we got 2 more storms coming, you guys know. We got like 2 more storm fronts they're watching. I really hope they don't hit during the con.
もっとも、今にして思えば、四季家の娘という自覚が薄かったので、反省しています。
自覚が薄かった。
あ、今でもそうじゃないかと思ってませんか？
Apu, is it hurricane season? Well, dumb question. Yes, it's hurricane season for you too, isn't it? Oh, this year's been fun. I was gonna wash my damn car. You're gonna wash your car. It's okay. It's okay. Mother Nature's doing it for you. Mother Nature's like, honey, it's Sunday. You sit and relax and I'll clean your car for you. Why is this not working?
いやいや。
Mama's a bitch. As long as you keep power, you be nice to Mama. Mama Nature's gonna get after your ass for that.
クロウさんという夫を得たことで、私の自覚は急速に増していったのです。
At least you don't have to work today. Give me a second.
今では誰に聞かれても、クロウさんを夫に迎える四季家の妻と言い切れます。
So yeah, once again, guys, we're doing this live in front of supporters. Mostly because it's fun to do these type of games live and get the reactions. Especially with these type of horror-style ones. Because everyone's just joking. And like you should have seen yesterday's, the last episodes, everybody in the chat was going, like, just laughing and having a blast over the dialogue. Like, you can have a lot of fun in chats with this. It's a shame we can't do them live on YouTube or Twitch, but Discord lets us do all.
私はあなたによって成長したのですから、クロウさんも育てた自覚を持ってくださいね。
俺が育てたのか？
これからも育てるんですよ。私の心だけじゃなくて、体も、あと一緒に、ちゃんと子供も作ってくれるんですよね。
Well, my thing is, do you guys think she's mentally ready to have kids? Even in the middle of a difficult hike, Kyoko was trying to be cutish and spoke in a sweet, high-pitched voice.
ああ、作るよ。ちゃんと腹ませるから安心してくれ。
You're welcome, Mark.
そうですよね。クロウさん、私をはらませるんですもんね。
She'd never get tired of saying that. It's like she wants to get me to say it too. She does. He knew she wasn't rubbing her belly happily for nothing. Maybe I should try to say it first sometimes. He would do it if it was his duty as her fiancé, just as he was thinking that. He saw the front gate of the Yusaka estate coming into view, so he hurried his pace to move ahead of Kyoko.
どうかしましたか？
ここからは俺の後ろについてきてくれ。場所が場所だからな。
What are we gonna see in here?
はい。ぴったりとくっつきます。
Kyoko did as she was told, leaving as little distance between them as possible. She's very brave. Or very stupid. He knew she was aware of what monsters the Yusakas could be, yet she was genuinely calm. She's crazy. Just then there was a rustling of branches, like someone climbing a tree. Kiaru could tell it was on purpose, meant to surprise them. There was already someone else above them holding their breath. They must consider me an outsider now that I've been adopted by House Shiki. The thought didn't bother Kiaru. He knew to expect it. When Kiaru and Kyoko finally reached the doors of the gatehouse, they swung open before them.
いやー、久しぶりだね。なになに、ずいぶん成長したじゃない。
Go play EDF, go have fun.
先生こそ変わらないな。
そりゃ1ヶ月くらいでどうこうならないよ。それと京子ちゃんもわざわざ挨拶に来てくれてありがとうね。
こちらこそご挨拶が遅くなって申し訳ありません。
そんな堅苦しいのはいいよ。もう苦労はそっちのものなんだから好きなようにしてくれていいんだよ。
ええ、好きなようにしています。
Wow, she just went right into that one.
されてるよ。
知ってる。ずいぶん仲良くやってるみたいじゃない？仲良く、仲良く、仲良くね。
はい。
Kyoko blushed at the implication. Almost as though to cover for her, Kiaru set down the sack he was carrying with a thud.
先生、これ土産だから適当に分けてくれ。京子が選んだから変なのはないと思う。
ありがとうね。
大したものではありませんが。
いやいや、大したことあるよ。結構根が張るのを選んでたもんね。苦労にはこういうのの感性が欠けてるから京子ちゃんがお嫁さんでよかった。ちょっとあんた逃げるみたいに奥に行かないの？
行かないよ。京子を置いていったら何をされるか分かったもんじゃない。
She really has no idea what she's getting into.
いくら私でも四季家のお嬢さんを素材になんかしないよ。それほど足りないわけでもないし。
See, at least Yasaka knows not to mess.
不足してたらするんじゃないか。
上げ足取らないの。ほら、立ち話もなんだし。上がって上がって。
ああ。
I want to see messed up stuff.
お邪魔します。
So, does everyone think Kyoko just figured it out? Kiaru stepped through the gates wearily, with Kyoko clinging to him close behind.
ママ、ゆっくりしていってちょうだい。
Io sat down casually as she made her offhand remark.
はい。
I'm crazy, but those people are nuts. Yep. Kyoko sat down across from her, back perfectly straight, and Kiaru took a seat next to her, cross-legged.
先生、京子が緊張してるんだけど。
私に言わないでよ。それをほぐすのがあんたの役目じゃないの？
ああ。やり方がわからない。
少しは成長したと思ったけど、未だにそんな感じなの。
無理して話さなくてもいいぞ。
大丈夫です。イオ殿、クロウさんはちゃんと成長しています。
Io's having fun with this.
もちろん、最初から変わっていないところもあります。私がどんな醜態を晒しても受け止めてくれるのはそのままですし、いくらでも甘えさせてくれるのはたまりません。
Kiaru was avoiding Io's gaze, but he made no effort to cut Kyoko off. He knew he wouldn't be able to stop her anyway.
クロウさんを前にすると情緒不安定になってしまう自覚があるのに、いつまでもいつまでも繰り返してすり寄って触って嗅いで舐めてしまう私を力強く受け止めてくれます。
So everyone watching right now, we paused for a good 10 minutes to look at Nightmare Before Christmas stuff, and this is the exact line we just came back to. That's, okay. Yeah, that's what we came back to, chat. We were having a very wholesome, talking about Halloween decorations, and putting up some cute ones, and this is what we came back to. Alright. Thank you, Kyoko, for brightening our day with your messed up shit. Yeah.
知ってる。
はい、ご存知の通りです。ただ、私を思ってくれているという実感が日に日に増していて、わかるんです。クロウさんが見てくれている。私のことを考えて、その強さがどんどん強くなっていって、たまらないですよね。
My friend, I'm gonna pause.
そうね。
しかもそれだけではなくて、私や四季家のことも真面目に考えて動いてくれています。最近では村人にも認知されているんですよ。
すごいよね。あんたたち。
そうだね。すごいね。
クロウさん、イオ殿にそんな雑な返事をしてはいけません。私たちがすごいのだと褒めていただいているんですから。
すごいのは京子だけどな。君が相手じゃなければ、ここまで変わってはいなかっただろうし。
Thank you to those actually looking at Home Depots. Hold on.
それは、私がクロウさんをお慕いしているので、その力だと思っていただければ。そうですか。私が相手だからですよね。
ああ。そこだけは間違いようがない事実だ。
やった。どうですか、イオ殿。このクロウさんは。
どうかな、先生。
Kyoko leapt at Kaoru to hug him, and he made no effort to avoid her. He was gazing at her with a fond look in his eyes, while simultaneously watching Io and their surroundings cautiously.
いや、すごいよ。あんたっていうより、京子ちゃんがすごい。
That's not a good sign.
クロウさんもすごいですよ。
Oh yeah, no, this man's getting snoo-snoo to death.
わかったわかった。クロウもすごいね。そりゃ変わるわ。
Io sighed and sipped the tea that Kyoko hadn't noticed being served.
京子も飲め。考えるだけ無駄だぞ。
Don't question where it came from. Kaoru lifted his own cup, which he was aware had been lowered from the ceiling.
いただきます。
Oh, I wish I could have seen the animation for that one. Kyoko imitated the other two. Things were quiet. Okay, maybe it won't be as messed up as we thought when they visit.
それにしても先生、ちょっと白々しくないか？
言葉にして教えてあげてるんだから、いいじゃない。
やっぱり、私たちのことを見ていらしたんですね。
Kyoko asked her question with a smile on her face. Io nodded tentatively. Yeah, I don't think Kyoko's is dumb. Like, it's very obvious she knows, to a certain point, what's going on around her. But at this, I don't think I think she knows now. There's definitely something wrong with the Yasaka. Like she wasn't expecting just how messed up.
会ってからそれっぽいことずっと言ってるからな。明らかに気づかせようとしてただろう。
Yeah, it's a warning to her.
道元様は知ってるし、黒とくっつけば京子ちゃんもそのうち知らされるんだからいいでしょ。
それもそうか。
良いのでしょうか。八坂家は出荷の時以外この一帯から出ない決まりになっているはずですが。
京子ちゃん、建前って分かってて言ってるでしょ。
はい。
Kiaru gave her a sidelong glance. He had expected as much. House Agusa is in charge of security, but they hate House Shiki. They must need a replacement for them then. When they visited the Sagusa estate, Kiaru could tell they were soldiers, not spies or assassins. Yeah, we see what happens when they try to be spies and assassins. It would be unreasonable to expect them to be able to notice a Yasaka born and raised for stealth.
それも含めて今後ともよろしくお願いいたします。
Io chose her words very carefully, then adjusted her posture and gave a deep, formal bow.
イオ殿、頭を上げてください。お願いしているのは私たちの方なのですから。
いや、そうでもないぞ。
あら、黒もわかるようになった？
多少はね。
確かに。
After taking a moment to figure out what he meant, Kyoko bit her lip.
七原島、四季家と本土のつながりがなくなれば、八坂は無用となります。そうならないために、ということですね。
うん。私もまだまだ研究を続けたいから、四季家が頭を張っててもらわないと困る。
Makes sense. There was a catch in Kyoko's throat when she heard the words research.
そればっかりじゃなくて、趣味も入ってるじゃないか。ここに来る前にも、俺たちを観察してただろ
うん。すっごく仲いいのが見れて、最高だったよ。
う。いいか、京子。八坂の者たちは、もののけだのなんだのと言われているが、本当にそうなのは先生くらいだ。
Kiaru kept his eyes on Iu, who was cackling, even as he spoke to Kyoko.
なんて言い草をするのよ。あんたの方が大概だと思うけど。
So the canon ending the guy was talking about isn't true.
俺は体が強いだけで、頭をからっきしだけど、先生は全部分かった上でやってるじゃないか。
そこを追い抜いてもらわないと、研究者としては面白くないんだけどね。
とてもそうは思えません。
Kyoko was staring at Io with a puzzled look on her face. Kaoru just sighed, which was rare for him.
見た目は若い女だが、何歳なのか俺も知らない。
女に年齢を聞くのは失礼だと教えたでしょ。
だから、知らないって言ってるじゃないか。
可愛らしいと思いますよ。
ほら、あんたもこのくらい言いなさいよ。
だって、その見た目が本当とは限らないしな。
嘘はついてないよ。
だから、本当だとも言ってないじゃないか。
いいね。前より踏み込んでくるようになった。いい傾向だよ。
She's right. In the past, I would have just let it slide. But now I've got an answer for everything she says and does. Okay. I guess that's because I'm worried about how she might influence Kyoko and her family. Perhaps that meant he was really starting to act like Kyoko's fiancé. Kaoru kept his mouth shut tight, while Io continued beaming. Kyoko looked at each of them, then nodded to herself.
つまりイオ殿は変装が得意なのですね。
まあ、私も八坂だからね。
I wonder if she was a waitress.
前任の管理者の実験から生まれて、特に優秀とは言われなかったけど、それなりにね。
ほう。
京子、騙されるな。この人、骨格は伸縮しないが、顔や肉付きは好きに変えられるんだ。それこそ、内臓まで変わるから手に負えない。
バラしすぎじゃない？
自分で言わないからだ。放っておくと、いつまでも京子をからかってたぶらかすだろう。仕事ならともかく、指示だと先生は遊びすぎる。
反論できない。
As Io whined, Kyoko stared at her in disbelief and sighed wearily.
なるほど。クロウさんでも見抜けないのですか？
女性なら無理だ。さっきの街中でも、こちらを伺っているのは分かったが、特定できなかった。茶菓子をいただいていた店の女中の一人だったかもしれないし、通りすがりの小娘や老婆だったかもな。男なら、誰かに化けていて、知り合いだったら分かると思う。仮に先生が道元様になっていたとしても、俺やよほどの手だれでなければ気づかないだろうな。
それはすごい。まるで化け狐のよう。失礼しました。
よく言われるから気にしないでちょうだい。
どちらかといえば、化け猫と呼ばれることが多かった気がするな。
あんたはもっと気にしなさい。ほんと。いつからこんなに口差がなくなったんだか。内心、ずっとそう思ってたの？
いや、今日見て得た印象だ。
He glanced at Kyoko for a split second before returning his gaze to Io.
今までは、どうでもよかったな。
そうだった。
Io conceded to Kiara's matter-of-fact response. Meanwhile, Kyoko was trembling, lips pursed.
クロウさん、
Well, she's gone insane.
もしかして私は思っていた以上に影響を与えているのでしょうか？
そうだな。京子がいなければ、こうなってはいなかった。
いなければ困りますか？
困る。
The mere thought of life without Kyoko sent chills up Kiaru's spine.
そうですか。イオ殿、どうですか？私たちうまくやっていけると思いますか？
Kyoko is the type that if Kaoru ever looked at another woman seriously, oh dear God, what she would do to him.
いい夫婦になるんじゃない？
そのつもりだ。
私もそのつもりですよ。そうですとも。ですのでイオ殿もいつでもお覗きになられてはいかがですか？
Don't invite the kitsune in.
見せつけられるのかな？これ
見せつけてしまいましょう。クロウさん。
依存はないが、練習が必要だな。
練習。
あんたら、もうずっと練習してるようなもんでしょうが。
そうなのか？
あれは、本番をお楽しみに。
だそうだ。
へえ、楽しみ楽しみ。
I feel like they're doing this with Kyoko to lure you into like this false sense of security that this is just going to turn into a normal porn game, but we've already seen that's not true. For a split second, there was a flash of hunger in Io's eyes. What she was looking forward to was the children they would have. I wouldn't be surprised if she stole our babies for her research under the pretext of a medical exam. In fact, they would be lucky if that's all she did. Io's passion for blood science went beyond all reason. As the three of them sat together and continued to chatter, there was no way for Kyoko to know it, but there was still something Kyoru hadn't told her. She's getting reminded of this, aren't we?
へえ、すごいじゃないか。よくやったね。
I was right! Holy shit, I was right! When he killed his father, Io praised him for it.
ああ、残念。もっと経過観察もしたかったし、腹としても使えたのに。
And when his mother killed herself, that was how Io felt about it. Still, he didn't hate her. Kyoru didn't understand the concept of hate. However, everything he had learned told him that her behavior was not normal. I was right.
5分。
Kyoko cleared her throat as though to take the floor.
それを承知の上で、他の七名家の動向を教えていただけますか？私とクロウさんのために。
So Kyoko's not dumb. She knows the other houses are planning something. That must have been why Kyoko wanted to visit House Yusaka in the first place. Io nodded relentingly.
道元様にも報告してあるけど、厄介な動きはないね。市倉、和井、五社、陸号は静かなものだし、二らにしても小せがれが騒いでるだけでいつも通り。
三枝はどうですか？
After a quick glance at Kaoru, Kyoko questioned Io without even making an effort to hide her irritation, to which Io only shook her head.
ガス抜きをしたってところだろう。無断で指揮家を襲った凛花は、三枝の仕事からも外されて謹慎処分。
Okay, so Kyoko does know about that. That's what I was curious about, as if they had told her.
次の党首候補は放火だけど、あれも人格面に問題があるから、どこかで切り捨てて、党下に継がせるつもりじゃない？
なら、当面は問題ないとの判断ですか？
そうだね。
Whoops. Having the question deflected to him, Kyoru took a moment before answering.
小せがれ、二良流星はともかく、当主の龍賢はどうなんだ？見たところ、あの男がおとなしいとは思えなかったが。
Though Kyoru wasn't privy to the full context, Ruken spoke aggressively towards Kyoko. And even put that aside, despite being a man of gentle words, inside he was like a boiling hot lead.
龍賢はもう何年もあんな様子だから何とも言えない。煙ちょろちょろ出してる旧火山みたいなやつだよ。
そうですね。二良様にはおじい様も気を配っていますし、取りこぼしはないと思います。
ならいいんだが。
Kyoru cast his gaze down as both Kyoko and Io looked at him. There were other concerning matters, but this wasn't his place to voice them. Such were the circumstances.
それより、イオ殿、クロウさんの小さい頃の話を聞かせていただけますか？
いいの？
Kyoru raised his head and nodded deeply. There was no others from Yusaka within the Shiki estate. They judged that Kyoru alone would have been enough.
大事なところはもう話してある。
Hence, Io would not have known that he already told her.
本当に心開いちゃってるじゃない。京子ちゃん、ありがとう。
いえ、私の方こそ。
そう言うだろうけど、この子は心と体の基盤は最高によくって。ほんと 傑作で生まれたのを見た瞬間絶頂して漏らしちゃったくらい良かったのよ。
Everybody in this is insane, except Kaoru.
はい。
I love Kyoko's like, wait a minute, am I not the craziest one in the room? What is this? I'm supposed to be the craziest one in the room. What's going on?
でもわかるでしょ、人らしくするのができなくってね。そもそも人になる前の人だから、そういう仕組みがないのか当てはまらないのか噛み合わなくてさ。
I don't know. Kiaru seems pretty inhuman to me. She just seems like the type that has no problem killing.
傑作なのに、だからこそ人になれないなんて最低じゃない？それも悔しくてさ。だってそれは私の敗北だし。でも私がやるのにこだわりすぎてたんだなって気づいてよかったよ。京子ちゃんがいたのも幸運だった。
Kiwi, you're not getting it off.
なるほど。
Kyoko responded affirmatively. Perhaps she understood or perhaps not.
つまり、私とクロウさんは運命で結ばれていたと。
Hold on.
そうなんじゃないかな。
Kyoko stole a glance at Kaoru. Io did likewise.
クロウさん、席を外していただけますか？
先生が責任持って見てくれるならいいが。
任せてちょうだい。
Kiaru gave a short but vigorous nod, and Io stepped up.
一応理由を聞いてもいいか。
これからクロウさんのあられもない幼少期のお話を聞きたいと思うのですが、表情を崩さずにいる自信がないのでお願いします。
Kyoko was already blushing, hiding her face, and moaning. Jesus, girl.
ほら、シッシッ。これから私と京子ちゃんは大事な話をするんだから、出て行きなさい。
わかってるよ。
Get out, it's girl talk time. Kiaru stepped out into the hallway as if being pushed out. As he proceeded down the hall, he let thoughts brew. I told you guys you're getting a long episode today. They were about another concerning matter, the marriage ceremony. Dugan had already decided to hold it only amongst their relatives rather than make it a grand event for the rest of the 7 families. While it was certain that the Futaro would not come, it would only serve to underline the bad blood between the 2 clans. And by not coming, the Futaro would lose face. Therefore, while they could send over congratulatory gifts, the members of the 7 families would not be invited in order to let them save face. The same went for the Sugusa, who would normally have served as security. Having the Yasaka provide the security would only cause them to lose face and unquestionably rupture the ties between the families. As for Rinka's insubordination, Renge had already doled out her punishment. By the way, thank you for using that image and not the other one. Since there were no deaths from the Shiki family, it would have been less severe than a death sentence. Rinka's incident had left her leadership skills in question. Her chance of becoming the head of the family had probably been squashed. Of course, she was also removed from the security detail. It's not my place to speak about this. Judging from Dugan and Eel's behavior, the relationship between the 7 families had always been this bitter. Things are going to be all right, but there are still uncertainties. Are we really going to continue like this? The relationship dragged on, leaving nothing but bitterness and problems from the future. It was worse than just killing someone. But if I get to be with Kyoko, well, it's all right. Leaving at that, Kyaru breathed a sigh. Making sure he didn't eavesdrop, he sensed the presence of something. Did anyone just see a flash of black? This game is weird. The presence of something within the room. Kyoko and Io seemed to be enjoying themselves. Let's kill some time then. He began walking from the manor to the forest. Their visit settled, they made their way back. The sun began to set. So that's where we're going to leave it for today. So thank you guys for joining me You guys are awesome as always. Bye, guys. Welcome back to Nino. You know what? Just Dollhouse of Offerings. So we're continuing this. Their visit settled, they made their way back as the sun began to set.
クロさん、もっとゆっくり歩きませんか？
ダメだ。これ以上遅くなると帰り着くまでに日が沈む。
そうですか。そうですか。
Kyoko made her disappointment clear. Kaoru could only smirk as he felt the heat of her body and her breath while he carried her on his back.
長々と話しすぎなんだよ。暇を潰して戻ってからまだまだ話すんだもんな。
Because of that, Kaoru literally shouldered the consequences as he dashed through the mountain trails. Though Kaoru's reply was no compliment, Kyoko was still in the highest of spirits.
クロさんの可愛い頃をたっぷり教えたイオ殿を恨んでください。私の見る目がまた一つ変わりましたよ。ねえ、可愛いクロさん。
耳元に吹きかけないでくれ。
Oh, they're so cute.
ここ、ちょっと弱いんですってね。
盛り上がってるところ悪いんだが、それは嘘だぞ。
え？
先生、弱点がないか探すのにしつこくてさ。だからわざと弱いふりをしてたんだ。いや、覚えててくれるもんだな。
じゃあ、それに乗ってずっとフーフーしてた私
は。まあ、可愛らしかったんじゃないか。
クロさんのバカ！なんで早く教えてくれないんですか？私、背中にぴったり体を押し付けて、ニヤニヤしながらずーっとフーフーしてましたよね。
すまん。
謝られても惨めになるだけですよ。クロさんがいじめた。いじられた。
With tears in her eyes, Kyoko occasionally glanced over to Kaoru's shoulder to see his reaction.
よくわからないが、京子が嬉しそうにやっているのを妨げたくなかった。だから、ここまで引っ張ってしまったんだ。
ほほ
反省している。すまない。
まあ、クロさんがそこまでおっしゃるなら、私としては許すのもやぶさかではないですし、なんでしたらもっと嬉しそうにしますし、それよりそう思っていただけたのが嬉しいのはこらえようもなくて、本当ですよね。
こんな嘘はつかない。
そうですね。クロさんですもんね。私が嬉しくしてるの大好きですもんね。なんとか言ってくださいよ。もう。そういうの言わないのは分かってますが、二人っきりなんですし。
Kyoko puffed her cheeks out in a pout, but Kiaru was stone-faced. They reached the top of the hill at the end of the trail.
綺麗な夕焼けですね。見てください。七原村全体が見渡せますよ。 昼間も通りましたけど、夕焼けだとまた一段と。
京子、
Kyoru let Kyoko down on his back and faced her in all seriousness.
はい。
大好きだ。
He broke her. Astonished, Kyoko's graceful expression trembled. With just a single step from Kyaru, the distance between the two narrowed greatly. That is such beautiful art.
今なんて？
大好きだ。多分。だが、そうだと思う。
As Kyoko was just barely nodded her head, Kyaru spoke in vague but sincere words.
この前も言ったが、俺には普通の好きだとか、そういうものがわからない。だから、これがそうであるという自信はない。しかし、本物だとは確信できる。それが、今君が言った、大好きなんじゃないかと。そう思うわけだ。
だから言ってくれたのですね。
ああ。
私が好きだと？
そうだ。そう言った。
本当にそうだともわからないのに？
きっとこれから先もそうだろう。俺は君がそうだと思う気持ちをなぞることしかできない。完全に一致することはない。それもわかる。
He repeated and checked, but they hadn't changed. What he wanted to tell her didn't change either.
それでも君にあるんだ。
He hadn't been aware of them and still wasn't. Those feelings had probably burst forth, Kaoru concluded. There was something, an impetus that could cause humans to suddenly burst into tears, just as she had.
クロさん。わからないけど、伝えてくれようとしているんですね。
そうだ。
私のために？
Kyaru nodded silently.
私のためだけに、わからないままで、それでも？
ああ。言わずにいられなかった。
かわいい人？
Oh, look at her. She's gonna go nuts in about 10 seconds. The look of love permeated Kyoko's eyes as she swooned.
わかってます。知ってます。だって、ずーっと、私が好きって言ったら、受け止めてくれて、好きって帰ってきてましたよ。
そうだったのか。
ええ、そうです。でもそれだけできっとずーっと言葉にはしてくれなくて、それでもよかったのに。
Kyoko sighed deeply, hotly.
こんなのたまらないです。ね、これ嬉しくて泣いてるんです。わかりますか？
それくらいわかる。
です大好きこんな顔誰にも見せられないですよ
俺が見られてよかった。
だからそういうの卑怯なのに畳みかけてくるし本当逃さないですよね。私今トロトロに弱ってるんですよ。
狙い目だな。
Their faces were so close, only a sliver separated their lips from touching. Woo! Look at that, they're gonna kiss. It was Kyoko who faltered for a moment, but Kiaru knew exactly what she wanted. Finally! We finally got the kiss. In an instant, he pressed their lips together. Her beguiling lips were as luscious as they looked. In contrast to her chilly hands, they were filled with sensual heat. Her intertwined fingers flailed about for a moment, as if searching for something, but they eventually found their place as they squeezed tight. Their passionate kiss lasted for a full minute without pause. After breaking off, they continued to peck at each other's lips. Despite her flushed eyes and sweaty limbs, it was a loving exchange, gentle like a little bird. Fuck. So, this is also messing with me because the music reminds me of the Digimon game I'm doing. Eventually, the two parted lips and gazed at each other, with the sun on the cusp of setting.
しちゃいましたね。
She spoke bashfully, touching his forehead with hers, an innocent smile on her face befitting a girl her age. Shiki Kyoko's very first memory was the sensation of her father's hands as he combed down her hair.
ほら、京子、しっかり食べろ。お前には元気な子を産んでもらうのだからな。
寄り道、何もこんな小さい子に。
いや、それでよい。言って聞かせてやれば、かなえのように男子も馬の役立たずにもなるまい。
Ow.
そうだ。お前は跡継ぎも産まずに死ぬような親不孝者にはなるなよ。
You people are fucked. Cradled in her father's chest, she chewed on the soft food being spoon-fed to her. At the time, she didn't understand the meaning of the words he spoke, but it was only a matter of time. Kyoko's mind developed early. It would not have been a stretch to call her a prodigy. By the time she could think for herself, she was able to walk around on her own without attendance. Where is father? A freshly plucked flower in hand, she shuffled along the corridor looking for her father. She wanted to show him an out-of-season flower that had been growing by the riverside.
寄り道、まだ後添えを取らんのか。京子は健やかに育っているが、数は多ければ多いほど良いのだぞ。
Grandfather? Kyoko stopped in her tracks as she strained her ears to listen as she peeked into the room. It was the head of the family, Dugan, and his heir, Yorimichi. They were having an adult conversation. Even her young mind understood that she shouldn't step in. Still, her curiosity got the better of her, and she found herself continuing to eavesdrop.
父上、申し訳ありません。どうかご勘弁を。
Her father was bowing down so deeply that his forehead rubbed against the tatami mats. His father, who was a full size larger than him, glared at him with dismay.
妾でも構わん。下女でも構わん。気に入らなければ始末すればよい。さっさと犯して孕ませろ。京子は可愛いが、男子もおらずあれ一人では心もとない。
どうか。
貴様。
Though Dugan's voice remained calm, he was furious. There is no rage more frightening than a silent one. Kyoko had learned this after hearing this sort of exchange many times.
この家を潰す気か。
そのようなつもりは。
ならばわしの言うことを聞け。5人か6人、適当に見繕って孕ませれば、それなりに良いのが出るだろうが。貴様のわがままを通してかなえとの結婚を認めたが、男子の一人も残せずに死んだのでは意味がない。あの女にこだわるのもいい加減にせよ。
確かに、かなえは役立たずではありました。
Kyoko sat in the hallway listening to their conversation and fiddling with the flower. Kane, mother, was useless? Whenever she got brought up in the conversation, they always said that about her. Her mother who gave birth to Kyoko instead of a boy, therefore she had no meaning, no worth. That's messed up.
ですが、焦って野良の血を混ぜることこそ、式家にとってはよろしくないと愚行いたします。
確かに、貴様の考えにも理はある。むやみやたらに増やして、愚物を担ぎ上げられてはたまらぬ。
Kyoko heard Dugan breathe a deep sigh. Though he was quick to anger, he was also quick to calm. Both Yorimichi and Kyoko were used to that.
せめて二人いれば、わしも少しは落ち着けるのだが、今更であるな。
はい。
Yorimichi raised his head and nodded bitterly. Kyoko twiddled her toes as she let thoughts spin freely throughout her mind. Kane, mother, useless. Don't give birth to children, useless. Women who don't birth children are trash. These are the values in this era, and those were what Kyoko grew up with. Growing up in an environment like that, it was only natural that a child would feel the same way. I don't want to be trash. Unfortunately for Kyoko, she matured a little too early and became self-aware before she had steeped in that collective opinion. By nature, humans are free beings, but they become boxed in by the definitions imprinted upon them by their parents and peers. In the face of that, a clear sense of self bloomed within Kyoko. I have to give birth to a kid, a boy. I have to show father and grandfather that it's okay for me to live. Her brain grew, her thoughts developed, she matched them with her surroundings again and again. I'll become a cute, upstanding woman. I'll get pregnant, have kids, and be needed by someone, so that I don't become like mother. Whenever she tried to go along with it, she felt a sense of pressure. Her psyche, which should have fit just fine into the status quo, felt suffocated. Despite that...
おお、京子、それはどうした？
Dugan beamed with a smile upon seeing Kyoko as he exited the room. Held up in his big hands, Kyoko showed the flower in her hand.
川で咲いていました。おじいさまにあげます。
そうか。ありがとう。京子は元気だな。だが、また一人で行ったのか？
ごめんなさい。
ああ、よいよい。寄り道、他の奴らに厳しく言っておけ。
Following Dugan, Uramichi also exited the tatami room. For a brief instant, his eyes widened at the lone flower that his father held. But he firmly shut his eyes after glancing at Kyoko.
わかりました。
それにしても綺麗な花だ。まるでお前のようだな。
Dugan gave a hearty laugh as he coddled his granddaughter. Kyoko knew, though, it was only because he still considered her a woman that could give birth. Uramichi peered at his own child with a downcast look, and she reciprocated with a charming smile appropriate for her age. The vibrant flower shook within Dugan's hand, the flower that was her mother, Kane's favorite. Kyoko had read about it in the diary in Uramichi's study. Dugan knew nothing of it, for the woman had no meaning nor value. Father also thinks that mother was trash, but in a different way from grandfather. However, Uramichi looked away from Kyoko's round, black eyes as if ashamed. No, they both consider her trash. Mother couldn't make more children, so she was trash. Couldn't make a boy, so she became trash. Not that she had a say in the matter. A child born cannot choose its parents, and likewise for parents with their children. Kyoko realized that in an early age. Thus she took that as a matter of fact. A woman who can't give birth is trash. Stifling her still growing heart, Kyoko smiled, all so that she would not become trash. Some time passed. Kyoko grew both inside and out, but her mental development continued to be outstanding. By then she had grown more prudent. She began to go out on her own less, and was more able to flexibly adapt to her own surroundings. Regardless, the childlike innocence within her never waned. Or perhaps she wanted to rebel against her own perceptiveness.
おばあさま、とっても冷たくて気持ちいいです。
あらあら、あんまりはしゃぎすぎないようにね。
With a carefree smile, Kyoko splashed water about with her bare legs. Her grandmother, Yukiko, chuckled as she watched from the riverside.
わかりました。
Kyoko squinted for a moment, but she bent backwards and ran along the shallow part of the river. Grandmother is not a liar, nor is she trash. Such were her thoughts as she slowed down and played with the gravel with her toes like a whitefish.
気持ちいい。
But my head has been pounding all this time. It wasn't a headache, but it felt as if something was coiled around it, choking it. She was sure that it wasn't a sense of being out of place for her age either. She was growing well with a physique more akin to a Westerner when compared to a typical Japanese girl of this time period. In contrast, her thoughts were constricted by the traditional views of the Shiki family, of Nanawa village, and of her era's zeitgeist. They slowly took root deeper and deeper within her. Kyoko wasn't conscious of that, though. Grandmother will worry if I sigh. I don't want to become trash. Such a thought dwelt in her mind as she pursed her lips. Once again, she felt that tightening in her head. It didn't hurt, but it felt constricting. Was it always like this for grandmother? Did mother also feel this way? Was that why she became trash? She died without giving birth to a boy, a useless piece of trash woman. She didn't want to be like that. She didn't want to be scorned like that by her family, by the world, considered it as trash even after her death. After splashing about, she gazed at her own self, reflected on the water's surface. I will have children, boys, and then father will be happy, so will grandfather and grandmother. And I'll never be called trash, ever. Everyone will love me, and I'll raise my children. Kyoko looked back at Yukiko, who had been watching over her from a small distance. And I'll be just like grandmother, someone with the right to watch over her children with a smile on her face. Kyoko once again felt that discomfort, but she could not discern what it was. Instead, she audibly splashed water about as she ran to her grandmother.
京子ちゃん、もういいの？
ねえ、おばあさま。
With a charming smile, Kyoko gazed up at Yukiko and asked,
おばあさまは幸せですか？
それは難しいわね。
It varied from person to person. It wasn't something universal. Yukiko didn't give a straight answer.
じゃあ、母上は幸せでしたか？
そんなわけないわ。あの女は確かに見た目も器量も良かったけど、結局男の子は産まないまま死んじゃったじゃない。あんなのは女の生き方ではないわ。だって何の価値も残せなかったじゃない。京子ちゃんがいたからまだよかったけど。
She heaved a sigh and continued berating the memory of her granddaughter's own mother in front of her.
京子ちゃんの前も死んでしまったし、寄り道もあんな女を選ばなければよかったのに。あの女に遠慮してまだ後添えを取ろうとしないし。まったくとんだ疫病神。いい？京子ちゃん、あなたはあの女みたいになっちゃダメよ。
はい、わかりました、おばあさま。
いい子ね。まあ、あなたが可愛いのはあの女譲りだから、その残りかすだけはよかったわ。
With a warm hand, she patted Kyoko on the head, smiling with hope and assurance for the future to come.
くすぐったいです、おばあさま。
あらあら、ごめんなさい。もう水遊びはいいかしら。
まだもう少し遊びたいです。
I wonder if we'll ever get back to that future part at the beginning. Leaving those words, she left to frolic in the river again, taking Yukiko's words firmly to heart. Scourged, trash, that woman. No, I won't be trash. Kyoko reaffirmed her convictions, feeling that constriction in her mind, but with her cleverness came the thoughts as well. Do I have to live only so I won't be trash? The feeling of not wanting to be something and wanting to live a certain way were two different things. She still didn't have any aspirations on how to live her life, but if she found one, maybe she would see things differently. I hate that. I'd hate that. The words that she uttered spilled onto the water's surface and disappeared. Some time after that, Kyoko was in the Shiki estate garden searching for her father.
父上！どこにおられるのですか？
She had searched high and low for him. The only place left was the annex. We're about to see really, really messed up stuff. Kyoko stopped calling out for him. With light steps, she approached the annex. She knew that Uramichi frequently visited Dugan here in secret. The only reason why she was calling for him was to leave an impression on her grandparents. After going silent for a while, she'd be led out and would have served as a good excuse to go out of the manor.
失礼します。
She whispered the greeting to herself as she slid open the annex door. As expected, Uramichi was sitting by the wall in the annex. His gaze was unfocused.
父上
Right as Kyoko called for him, his line of sight settled and he caught sight of his daughter.
京子か。父上がお呼びなのか。
はい。また、ふたらの者にちょっかいをかけられたようで、許してはおかぬと息巻いておられます。
今さら少し騒ぎを起こしたところで各家の強弱が変わるわけでもあるまい。ならば急ぐ必要はないな。
はい。
Without a serious expression, Kyoko walked over the wall opposite of Uramichi and sat down.
母上は、ここで生活されていたのですね。
誰に聞いた？
おじいさまと父上のお話を聞いていれば察しがつきます。
そうか。
Uramichi tilted his gaze up to the ceiling. Leaning his head against the wall, Kyoko gazed intently at her father's behavior.
家内も男さえ産んでいればこんなところで過ごさずともよかったものを。バカでゴミな女だ。あれの腹が悪かったおかげで私まで居心地が悪くなった。
母上はずっとここで生活されていたのですね。
私が夜ごと仕込んでやったというのに男子一人腹めんのだから自業自得だ。
Uramichi huffed in indignation, to which Kyoko tilted her head, puzzled.
でしたらなぜここに？
それがあの女の最悪なところだ。もう死んだあのゴミが頭から離れん。他の女を抱こうとしても頭をよぎって不快にしかならん。死んでまで迷惑をかけるクソ女め。
Even as her father cursed her mother, curiosity filled Kyoko's gaze as she looked at him. Uramichi's outbursts were full of scorn for her mother, but she couldn't help but perceive them as different from the others.
父上。
お前にも世話をかけるな。家内のせいで他の家の奴らにいろいろと言われているだろう。私の耳にも入っている。
はい。
The Shiki clan was one of the most prominent families in Nanawawa village. Of course, as its elder daughter, Kyoko was also subject to the community's watchful gaze. Envy and jealousy were to be expected. Kyoko bit her lip unconsciously as she recalled some of the scorn directed at her.
腐ったことから生まれた出来損ない。偉人の腹を借りた不義の子。そのように呼ばれています。ふたらの子からは石もよく投げられますね。
ふたらめ、よくもやってくれる。
父上、どうかお気になさらず。
Kyoko assuaged Uramichi's rage with a faint smile.
投げ返して喉や鼻に当てるのは私も楽しんでいますので。
She goes for blood. After falling silent for a while, Uramichi heaved a sigh of relief.
初耳だからすわと思ったがなるほどな。女に石を投げ返され怪我をして それで文句をつけたのでは恥さらしか。
ええ。ふたらは気ぐらいだけは高いですから。
違いない。脳もないのに吠えるだけの犬畜生も同然だ。
He twisted the corners of his mouth into a smile. Seeing a rare expression from her father, Kyoko smiled back. As silence built between the two, Kyoko was lost in her thoughts. She wanted to ask something, but couldn't put it into words. Still, she kept thinking about the way he talked about Kane. There was something different from his expression of contempt. She felt that tightening on her mind, loosening somewhat.
京子。
はい。
かなえの件もあって、父上はお前に丈夫な男を選ぶつもりだ。おそらく、八坂になるだろ
う。八坂って。
They were a depraved family that lived some distance away from Nanawa village. Rumor had it that they engaged not just in human trafficking, but even in mutilation and crossbreeding with animals. The humans that they peddled were often well-behaved, smart, and tough. They were considered different, lesser than the others. Such was the community's perception of the Yusaka family. Shiki Dugan also had a sense of pride, though it wasn't to the degree of the Futara. Despite that, he was to have a Yusaka take his granddaughter.
不自然ではありません。私が子を産まなければ、四季家は途絶えてしまいますから。
Kyoko gripped the hem of her clothing tightly. As a girl sharp for her age, she had resigned herself to her fate. Despite that mention of the man who would be her life partner still made her nervous. I'm sure grandfather will choose a strong, virile man. He chose to have a Yusaka as the one who will carry our bloodline, so he isn't holding back. For sure, my partner will be fierce like a bull or a pig. To make things worse, you would have to lay with a monstrosity of a male like that.
Kyoko.
Noticing Kyoko visibly gulp, Yorimichi pointed to the floor of the annex.
かなえのようにはなるな。あんなゴミになっては目も当てられん。
はい。
Kyoko bowed her head deeply. Her thoughts swirled about in a vortex. Man, no wonder she's so messed up. So my partner will be some kind of bull or pig or some other monstrosity. But if I cannot bear children, then I will be trash, and that is beneath even that. I have to have children, I must. Images of her young, nubile body being pinned down and penetrated by a hideous, hulking man flashed in her mind. That is my worth. If I don't give birth to children, then I have no worth. So I will give birth, I will get pregnant and have children. The constriction vice grip squeezed against her mind tighter and tighter. A year passed, Kyoko was straddled on a horse with Dugan, strutting along the mountain trail. Her grandfather, back before her, was broad. He seemed to show no sign of weakening.
おじいさま、二人だけで大丈夫でしょうか。
人をつけても八坂が相手では役に立たん。下手なことをされるのならばおらん方がましだ。
It was unthinkable for Dugan, the head of the family, to visit the family without an escort. But that too was another manifestation of the Yusaka's oddness. Kyoko tightened her grip on her grandfather's robe. We're going to choose my groom. She was told this just a few hours prior. The unease that had lingered in the back of her mind since hearing about it from Yorimichi now grew and teetered on bursting. This is for the family, for me, a necessity so that I don't become trash. She repeated it like a mantra as she frantically searched for any presence in their destination. In the midst of the quiet of the mountains, she felt a sense of carnage.
そう緊張せずともよいぞ。八坂とて醜い化粧ばかりではない。わしとてお前に下手者を押し付けるものか。
それは信じております。
Kids call him bullshit. She lied. She was convinced that as long as it was someone who could continue the bloodline, he couldn't care less about how he looked. After all, a woman who didn't bear children was trash. One yet to bear children was a tool. That being the case, there was no need for discretion. I would do the same. Kyoko cleared her dry throat as the horse shook her about. Her vision wavered as she fought back a feeling of nausea.
とはいえ、次こそ男子を産んでもらわねばならぬ。かなえのような役立たずではなく、強い男を見繕わねばな。
はい。
It will be okay. Okay, I won't break. All her life she lived to accept strong seed. She grew up healthy and took good care of her body, all so she wouldn't become trash, so she could bear children. The man who was to put her womb to the test awaited her. I have to get it together, get a grip. Why now of all times? She understood since she was a child that was how she had been raised. But what was this anguish she felt? Even though she should have been happy that she'd grown bigger enough to be able to conceive a child. Behind her grandfather, she swayed back and forth, fighting back her nausea. At the end of the mountain trail that seemed to go on and on forever stood the Yasaka residence.
これは
Even from the entrance, one could see the vastness of the estate. The dense forest lay behind the manor. It was hard to tell just how far it went. However, the crude wall that indicated that it belonged to the Yasaka family continued into the forest long until you could no longer be seen.
怪我されるでない、京子。侮られれば恥だ。
はい。
Now we see how awful her family actually is. The wind shook the trees as it blew through, carrying with it the odor of sweat and blood from within the Yasaka residence.
出迎えの者がいませんが。
そんなものはおらん。ここの者がわしらを訪ねるならまだしも。好んで八坂を訪れる者はおらんからな。
Dugan scoffed, not in displeasure, but seemingly in admiration. He then stepped through the door into the main house without any hesitation.
伊予殿、来たぞ！誰かおらんのか？
In response to Dugan's boisterous, booming voice, beast-like silhouettes materialized from the surroundings. They certainly were human, but their arms and legs were bizarrely long. Their clothes were in good order as well, perhaps to welcome Dugan regardless they were unnatural. They seemed like mannequins, like things in the shape of humans, but an amalgamation of reptile and human guts, moving in an eerily smooth. So, it's the Silent Hill 2 characters. Seriously, look at their arms. It was kind of sickening. They seemed to be slowly sucked back into the house with their oozing, wispy emotions. I want to do a test, by the way. Don't forget to subscribe and like the video. I want to know if they light up. I'm supposed to have relations with one of those? Kyoko was at a loss of words. The next moment, she dashed away from the house into the forest. I'm to marry a thing like that? I don't want anything to do with them. Absolutely nothing. Those were no mere beasts or monsters. They were beyond anything that Kyoko's mind could have ever imagined.
あんな細ましいもの。
At worst, she expected some freak with an ox or horse head, softened by some human features. But those things, they were in human form but had long ceased to be human. Kyoko forced her quaking legs to continue running. From time to time, she could see through the gaps in the trees into the clearing, where there were similar creatures writhing about. What are those things doing? It looks like they're training? She couldn't meet their gazes. Following the instinctual alarm bells ringing in her mind, she ran to hide. Has grandfather noticed that the Yasaka are looking for me? Even if it was futile, she couldn't help but run. Finally, Kyoko's legs gave out. She rested her hands on a tree and vomited. They'll catch me, I know. I'll have their kids, I know, but if I don't give birth, I'll be trash, I know all that. But why? Why? Having emptied the contents of her stomach, she stared at the ground, covered in her vomit and all of the emotions she had spewed out along with it. Why do I have...
どうして私がしなくちゃいけないの？
Because her mother was trash and didn't give birth to a son, it was easy to leave it at that, but Kyoko was astute enough to know better. This was the way the world around her worked, and there was no way to escape. Even as she sobbed, hand gripping her chest, she had already accepted that she would be trash if she didn't do this. She knew that she was only going through emotions, unable to endure the misery of being a slave to her fate. Even though she was alone, she couldn't even shout that she hated this. The thought didn't even occur to her. The vice around her mind, her heart continued to tighten further and further. Someone's there. The sound of sticks knocking against each other rang in her ears. Kyoko staggered toward that direction as if drawn to it. Even as she stumbled about, she slipped through the cracks between the trees. The sound grew louder and louder. She was getting closer. Looking at it, there was no escaping. She was about to be caught, her partner chosen, pinned down, pumped full of seed, made pregnant. And she would no longer be trash. Kyoko's expression contorted as the source of the sound came into view. Instantly, her gaze was riveted. Before her was a furious exchange of blows. There was no war cries, only the ragged breath of those participating in the exchange. A young boy who appeared to be the same age as Kyoko was being attacked by a girl with white hair that approached cherry pink at the ends. Despite receiving so many blows, his stance didn't falter. Judging by her appearance, was she the head of the Yusaka family that her grandfather had spoken of before, Yusaka Iyo? But what was more important to her right now was the boy. Beautiful. Kyoko, who herself was a clear cut above her peers when it comes to looks, was captivated. The boy was no human, that was for sure, but in a different way from those things she saw coming here. The way he swung his sword so furiously screamed of freedom. His body grew freely, big and burly, and his arms and legs were a full size larger than a normal person's. No thoughts, no attachments. Her admiration was similar to that of someone admiring wild game in its natural habitat. No, it was more than that. The savage sight was beautiful. She couldn't help but marvel at his fierce expression. Kyoko experienced the feeling of awe and envy towards someone she could not reach. If only she'd seen something similar before coming here. If only she'd lived a peaceful life in the village, she wouldn't have felt this way after seeing him. The freedom, the absence of thought or attachment he had, it was as if something that predated humans had taken human form. She trembled at his existence. It was now, specifically because it was now, that she understood. And because she understood, she felt miserable. She continued to stare at him, tears unknowingly streaming down her face, her hands trembling in her grip. While committing his sight to memory, emotions whirled within her heart. I am trash, nothing but garbage used to give birth to children. That is all there is to me, and all that there will be. And yet, why is he so pure, so pristine, so beautiful? Was it because he's still untainted? Her emotions flared with every crack of the wooden sword. A deep blackness within her overflowed. I've been dirtied. If I hadn't, would I been like that? Trash, failure, a woman who births no children is garbage. The words from her father, her grandparents, everyone around her all swirl within her. She'd been sullied, violated all this time, ever since she was born. Ah! The sound was so loud that Kyoko's entire body shook. The dangerous glint in her eyes and the dark emotions swirling within her were all blown away by the sound that he made. Reacting to the presence, his eyes darted to this location. Their gazes met. In an instant, she understood. She had always been thirsting, always been violated. I'm going to die. I'm going to be trash. It wasn't because of her surroundings, but her own mind that was close to becoming trash. I'm going to bear children. Somebody's children, but whose? By some inhuman being? Violent feelings of disgust assaulted Kyoko. She desperately held herself back from regurgitating the contents of her stomach. She didn't want him to bear witness to that. That feeling of disgust came up because she thought of something else that wasn't him. She could no longer think of anyone other partner but him. A faint, pleased smile crept onto Kyoko's face. If I lay with this person, if I bear his children, then I won't be trashed. Even I have the chance to become something beautiful. But what if she was wrong? That's fine with me. In the depths of her heart, a part of her that had been tainted by the world was smiling. I want him to be only mine. Even if I'm wrong, I want him to be with me. I want to dirty him just like me. I found it. I found the one I want, the one only for me. Even though I haven't done anything, I will be trash if I don't have children. The one I want to do it for, the one I want to do it with, he can make me dirty or even make me clean. Her emotions were incoherent and turbulent, yet fixated in a singular direction, utterly filled with the longing for him. The constricting feeling around her was no more, leaving naught but one thought. I want his everything. He responded to Kyoko's feverish gaze with aloof, emotionless eyes. He didn't see her as a woman, and that made Kyoko ecstatic. They could begin from nothing. Was there anything more wonderful than that?
稽古はここまで。下がっていいよ。それはもう使えないから置いてって。
On Io's command, the boy leaned his wooden sword against the tree and left with a bow. Kyoko wanted to call out to him, but she couldn't speak. Her instincts told her that she wasn't worthy of him yet. All she could do was stare at his back as he left. No one could mistake the passionate look in her eyes as she watched him leave. That, of course, included Io, who had stayed behind.
さーて、どうしようか。ともあれ、お初にお目にかかります。京子様。
イオ殿、あの方は誰？いえ、何ですか？
Io closed her already drooping eyes, taking a few seconds to think. Meanwhile, Kyoko only continued to stare in the direction where the boy had left. She wanted to know more about him. She absolutely had to. Her excellent woman's intuition told her so. This time, there was no trace of her usual world-weary indifference.
教えてください。あの方のことを。
She had completely turned into a maiden in love. Io groaned at a loss of what to do as she looked towards where she had last seen the boy.
八坂の手がける血統実験の成果物の一つ。先祖返りの突飛な例とでも申しましょうか。
どこまで戻ったのですか？
The tone of her voice had a sting to it, yet carried some warmth. Io was unfazed. She played with the tips of her cherry pink hair for a while before picking up the wooden sword that the boy had left behind.
無様な稽古をお見せして申し訳ない。動きがおぼつかないにも程があるでしょう。まあ、先祖返りといっても、体の作りはただの人間です。
イオ殿、
Kyoko narrowed her eyes and cracked a sly smile.
嘘をつかれていると、おじいさまに報告したくなってしまいます。
出来のいいお嬢様だ。
The words she uttered under her breath were probably her true feelings. I want to know more about him. Anything. I won't be lied to, and I won't be deceived. I must have nothing but the truth. This kid is insane. Her desires gushed forth one after the other, without ceasing. Even now, Kyoko was earnestly holding herself back.
なぜ、わざわざ不自由な真似をさせているのでしょう。あれでは、無理やり一つ関節を増やしたようではありませんか。
That precisely described the boy's movements. He had been fumbling about, treating the wooden sword as if it were an extension of his own arm connected by another joint. Was she tormenting him by exposing him in such an unsightly way? Was she sullying him? If so...
わかりました。
As Kyoko cleared her throat, Io breathed a sigh of resignation.
あれは武器を持たない方が強い。加減がまだまだ未熟だから、まともにやらせると怪我をさせてしまいます。
素手の方が強いのですか？
Kyoko tilted her head in disbelief. Io thrust the other end of the sword toward her with a grimace.
ご覧なさい。立ち会っただけでこのありさまです。
Looking at the handle of the wooden sword, she saw it was partially crushed with the deep imprint of a large hand, despite being made from sturdy evergreen oak. All of this from a little practice session.
あの方は、たくましいのですね。
Kyoko sighed delightedly. Without realizing as she spoke, Io's sleepy, downcast eyelids twitched upon noticing that.
最初は羽引きした刀。次は鉄心の木刀と試していたけれど、どれもこれも壊してしまう。
鉄砲も合いそうにありませんね。
If anything he used broke, the cost would quickly add up. Io nodded to herself and spun the broken sword in her fingers.
結局、こうしてもそれなりに替えが利くし、相手も死ににくいこれに落ち着きましたが。
Io sighed deeply.
まあ、あれは優秀だから そのうちに加減も覚えるでしょう。ところで、京子様、ご当主はどちらに？あれにかかっていて、お出迎えができませんでした。下人どもに対応するよう申し伝えていますが、早くお会いしなくては。
Given the Yasaka position, it was unthinkable to make the head of the Shiki family wait. Iyo didn't seem to be panicked yet, but the situation was not favorable. Kyoko picked up on that and approached her with a grin.
私からも遅れの件は言っておきましょう。勝手にうろつく孫を保護してくれたのなら、おじいさまもご無体なことはおっしゃられないでしょうし。
お心遣い、ありがとうございます。
As she adjusted her appearance, Iyo thanked her for the offer. Kyoko observed her reaction and asked in a light-hearted tone.
イオ殿、彼を私にくださいませんか？
ダメですね。
Kyoko's eyes widened in surprise at Io's immediate reply. This woman was the head, the overseer of the Yoshiki family. She was in a low social position, but even she had known what it meant to go against the Shiki family's wishes. And this woman has no children. Has she not made any? Can she not make any? Or does she have no one to make with? Whatever it may be, she is trash, so why? Yu continued speaking with a weary smile even as Kyoko stared.
あれは私の八坂の最高傑作です。いくら四季家のお嬢様でもまだ成長途上で手放すわけにはいかない。あなたではダメだと言っているわけではなく、まだ早すぎ。
それでも欲しいの。
This time, it was Io's eyes that went round. Kyoko didn't know her exact age, but Io's outline seemed to waver and take on a slightly different appearance.
本気でおっしゃられている。
ええ。
Without looking away, Kyoko put all of her intent in a single word. If she didn't take this chance, he would slip right through her fingers. A man, a partner just for me, someone who can fill me alone, someone who can do it with me alone. If she didn't get a hold of him, there would be no substitutes. No, even if they made a substitute, she would only break him. Just as it went for a woman who couldn't bear children, she would treat him as trash. She would have loved him as trash. To anyone, what wrong would there be in loving shackled trash in that way? Moreover, sullying and destroying something as blemished as he was. Even then, I can't lose him. He's the only one I want, and I want him. He must be mine and mine alone. The thirst and self-awareness of that awoken within her gently, yet quickly changed her heart. It was like a cicada whose wings sprouted overnight, or a flower that only bloomed just for one evening. If I don't take him now, he will be handed over to someplace else. The Ichikora, the Futara, may be set off to the mainland, or maybe Io Dono will continue to love him forever. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. She placed her tightly clenched hand against her chest. Absolutely not. I couldn't bear that. I will become trash. You observed Kyoko, doubtful of her, but perhaps having picked up on her desperation. In the midst of the silence, she grinned.
では、こうしましょう。
She leaned in, meeting Kyoko's gaze, and spoke to her in a serious tone.
あれへの教育が終わるまで。そう、あなたの婚姻が許される頃か。それまで、あれにふさわしい女性のままでいて、その願いも変わらないのなら、あなたにお譲りしましょう。
ありがとう、イオ殿。
Without even affirming her decision, Kyoko returned a charming smile, relieved.
どういたしまして。
Io responded with a smirk. She seemed satisfied, yet somewhat regretful.
私、頑張ります。でも、イオ殿？
はい。
Within Kyoko's fiery, sharp eyes dwelt a dangerous glint.
あの方はもう私のものですから、 余計なものは入れないでくださいね。もちろん、イオ殿なら分かっているとは思いますが。
Io let out a chuckle at Kyoko's thinly veiled threat.
イオ殿、私は真剣ですよ。
Io straightened as if gesturing an apology to Kyoko, whose cheeks were pouting.
最高傑作と言ったでしょ。ですから、私にどうにかできる部分は限られる。あとは誰かが寄り添ってあげるしかない。
では、それが私ということですね。
Kyoko huffed, satisfied. She recalled the image of the the image of the boy still etched in her mind. She knew that her heart raced at the thought of him. He is now mine, and only mine, the only thing that I can allow myself. She repeated the thought to herself. Most likely she would live her life repeating the same thought and losing herself in it. That explains why she's so crazy for him. The young Shiki, Kyoko, smiled, was filled with childlike innocence. Her sigh carried the same. Until they meet again, she would forever and ever. She suddenly opened her eyes, still in the middle of the night. So that's where we're going to leave it. Thank you guys for joining me for today and this series. Let me know what you guys think and what other games you want to see me play in the comments section. Have a great day, and don't forget to check out my other channel, Sinfully Pure. Bye, guys. Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings. Last time we learned about why exactly a certain girl is completely mental. She suddenly opened her eyes. It was still the middle of the night. Her throat was dry, her face was burning hot. She felt flustered and restless. Wrong button. She got up and wiped the sweat off her forehead. After heaving a deep sigh, she reached out for the pitcher of water by her pillow and drank straight from it. She collected herself, rested her hand on her chest. Her heart was still pounding. While gazing at the annex where he resided, she slid her hand towards her now moist crotch. Man, we are 54 seconds in, girl.
Kuro-san.
You couldn't make it in for a minute. Kyoko found joy in saying his name. She rolled about her futon, caressing her nether regions. Thank you, game. We finally met, my one and only. Oh, Lord, they're gonna make me start censoring in a minute. How unsightly. What if he saw me like this? Would he lust after me, I wonder? Would he devote himself even more to me? Kyoko grunted as she imagined the spectacle, surrendering herself to the feelings that she'd held for years.
Kuro-san. Suki.
The voice that leaked from her as she masturbated was very mark of a young maiden in love. And 2 minutes in. Well, she is crazy. The sun shone brightly in the sky without a cloud in sight. The weather couldn't be more perfect. Kyaru closed his hands loosely as he stood in front of the entrance of the Shiki Manor.
婿殿は落ち着いていて羨ましい。
Uramichi blurted out his thoughts, his mind seemingly distracted.
頼道様も京子につけばよかったのでは？
Presently, Kyoko was with Dugan and Yukiko. They were on their way from the shrine in the Ichikura family's premises to the Shiki estate. They should have been riding in a carriage, somewhat resembling a procession, sharing in their happiness with the other villagers. The bride was to visit the shrine, and those with her would receive a gift from the Ichikora to commemorate their union. After that, they were to proceed to the house where the groom awaited. The ceremony was performed by placing the gift, usually a decorative box, in front of the couple. That was the customary wedding ceremony for the 7 noble houses in Nanawawa village.
もう父上と母上がいるのだ。家を留守にして、婿だけ一人にしたら笑い物になる。
ごもっともです。
気を使わせたか？
いえ。
そうか。
Uramichi nodded slightly and smirked.
だいぶ柔らかくはなったが、まだ君の本心からの行動と、あえてのそれが分かりにくいな。
俺も慣れていません。
お？
Half a month had passed since he and Kyoko had exchanged a kiss. The busy days went by in a flash. The community began seeing them in a different, more positive way, and they grew used to watching them as well. However,
他人をおもんぱかっての行動など、生まれてからこの方、携わったことがなかったものですから。
やさかの、それも傑作であればそうだろうな。
Kaoru shook his head in denial.
やさかとしてはそうかもしれませんが、先生は人らしくすることができないと言っていました。
伊予殿のおっしゃられることもわからんでもないが、そんなものは誰しもそうだろう。
Uramichi sank deep into thought and mumbled.
聖人君子になれるわけではない。誰しもが論語に倣って生きられるものでもない。おそらく伊予殿は、君の体が眩しくて内実に対する要求も高いのだろうが、我々はそうではない。
Observing Uramichi, Kyaru pointed out what Uramichi was getting at.
こうなすことですか。
結局のところ、そこに尽きる。私にはその、才能というのか、運というのか、とにかく悪く至らなかった。父上に対しても顔向けできなかったが、九郎君が京子に跡取り息子を産ませられれば、私も報われる。
Uramichi cast his gaze down as if lamenting something. Kyaru nodded in response. Finally, he realized he was thinking of his wife, of Kyoko's mother. A woman who didn't birth children had no value. A woman who didn't birth an heir had no meaning. That was common knowledge within the Shiki family and in turn the 7 noble houses. Kyaru knew nothing of Uramichi's wife, Kyoko's mother. But for Uramichi, it would not have been a good feeling as to see Kyoko being treated like garbage in the same way she had been. They couldn't comfort her either. In every sense of the word, she was treated like a non-person among the Shiki family. Dugan, Yukiko, Uramichi, even Kyoko herself never talked about her. Kyaru was not allowed to even hear or know about a person like that.
京子なら丈夫な子供を産みますよ。
Hence, that was all he could say.
はらませると宣言される親の気持ちだな。
Uramichi smiled in relief, if only faintly. They should be arriving soon. While waiting for Kyoko's arrival, Kaoru deepened his bonds with his father-in-law. He considered it another duty of the groom.
失礼します。祝いの品を届けに参りました。この度は誠におめでとうございます。
ありがとう。中の者の指示に従ってくれ。
Kaoru nodded relaxedly. A group of men with 5 packages entered the manor. Several gifts from the noble houses were already sitting inside the tatami rooms. While the Shiki normally did not employ anyone at their households, there definitely weren't enough hands to go around all today. The villagers within House Shiki's land more than happily volunteered to help.
苦労様。この度はおめでとうございます。
Another villager came to wish him well. Though the ceremony was only to be held among close relatives, they came to greet him during the gaps of time.
ありがとう。忙しいところわざわざすまないな。
そんなことはありませんよ。お嬢様がお幸せになるんだ。私らにとってもいいことです。
答えられるよう努力する。
いや、そんなかしこまらないでください。みんな苦労様なら大丈夫だと思ってますよ。
そうか？
ええ、実直なお人柄で伊達男だと皆申しております。これで四季家も安泰だと。
素直に受け取っておこう。
本心ですよ。ではお邪魔してもいけませんし、失礼いたします。
The villager politely bowed and left. After meeting up with his family outside the gate, he turned around and bowed once more. Kyaru returned his bow and his wife and children smiled back. He couldn't comprehend whether he was even worth that level of courtesy.
クロウ君は調子に乗るような性格ではないな。
そうですね。今のところはああ思われていると。それだけです。
That was the reality of it, nothing more. Even though Kyaru had begun to understand the intentions of others, that didn't change his own view on things.
父上のような腹芸はできないとも思われているが、まあそれはおいおい覚えられるだろう。
気を使っていただきありがとうございます。
クロウ君は大事な婿殿だからな。気遣いの一つもしてみせるとも。
Uramichi curled his mouth into a weary smile. Kyaru's future father-in-law tended to laugh like that often. His smile seemed tired but relieved. It wasn't a bad smile. The fact that he was showing this side of himself was a sign of his trust in Kyaru. No abnormalities inside or around the manor. Within the range that he could detect, he couldn't sense anyone hiding or with intent or hostility. He was able to sense the villagers who were helping out, but it was easier to go in and out than usual. Dugan and Io were probably fine, but there wasn't any guarantee that any of the other houses wouldn't try to pull something. There doesn't seem to be anything suspicious with House Sagusa's security. Sagusa's family subordinates were guarding the Shiki estate, surrounding it intermittently. Their head, Range, and her daughters were nowhere to be found. They had already settled the issue with Rinka, so they probably didn't feel the need to do any more. The Sagusa and Futara were the enemy to the Shiki. They did change their perception. But the Sagusa family was openly hostile to those with a male line of succession. But it wasn't that they were specifically targeting the Shiki family. What happened? Hold on. What? Hold on a minute, what happened? Hold on. There we go. I had to go backwards. So apparently I found the fast forward button. While the Futara were the cause of concern, they'd always been that way, so there was nothing else that could be done. So effectively, the test has just shown that the Sagusa have gotten more dangerous, status quo for everyone else. Kyaru wondered what would happen by the time that the succession went to Yorimichi, and then to himself, There was no use thinking about it now, but he was aware of the danger. Still, there weren't any problems for now. If I keep on obsessing over this, I'll only worry Kyoko. Kaoru loosened up his expression without realizing it and imagined Kyoko in her bridal dress. I mustn't. He made a conscious effort to calm the ripples in his heart. The way he was now, he would only be laughed at again, but even that was something he could think of positively.
来たか。
Kiaru's ears perked up at the sound of hooves clopping and the carriage approaching while everyone else around him scrambled about. He didn't budge an inch. Even if he did move about, there wasn't much he could do. To the casual observer, he appeared to be a solid, reliable man. Kiaru closed his eyes, trying to envision how Kyoko looked. I can't imagine it at all. Nothing came to mind. Perhaps his imagination was lacking, or maybe he was more anxious than usual. At some point, the sound of the carriage stopped. He could hear 1, 2, then 3 sets of footprints slowly approaching. There was no mistaking those were the who was the bride's.
クロさん。
He opened his eyes upon hearing her voice. Her figure entered his vision.
座敷は用意してある。行くぞ。
Without a hesitation or emotion, Kiaru took Kyoko's hand and hastily led her into the room. Dugan was at a loss for words as he held a box that contained a wedding gift. Kiaru paid him no heed and rushed on in.
クロさん。
Kiaru's steps were speedy. Kyoko stumbled a step or two in his haste. He slowed his pace down a little, but he was still quite fast.
何か。
Kyoko's hand was cold. It was a hand he was well familiar with. Sweat ran from it. She was likely anxious. Kiaru felt apologetic as he pulled her into the tatami room. The room was ready, but there was no one there. Kiaru had let go of Kyoko's hand and took a few steps forward before he turned around to face her. That is pretty.
おかしいなら、そうおっしゃってください。すぐに直しますから。ですから。
Look at that. That is such beautiful art. Kyoko cast her head down, hiding her expression, but her tone was somber. She joined her white hands together, clenching them tighter. Kiaru looked at her apologetically.
あそこは人が多すぎた。手を握って少し落ち着いたが。我慢できそうになかったんだ。
それは。
京子があまりにも綺麗だったからな。
As if returning to her senses, Kyoko lifted her head. Again, really nice art. Seeing Kyoko in her white kimono, Kiaru wanted to give in to his impulses. He held those desires back and spoke.
式の直前に抱きしめるわけにもいかないだろう。
そうですね。それはいささか大胆すぎます。もうよかった。
I love the facial expressions.
俺がもっと慎み深いならよかったんだろうが、なかなかうまくいかないな。
私の方こそクロウさんの前ではそんなものと縁がないです。今もずっと興奮していますし。
Her intertwined fingers twitched vexingly. Her cheeks stained red.
私でクロウさんがそんなになっていただける。 それだけで幸せでたまらなくなってしまいます。
Kyaru approached Kyoko and slowly extended his hand to her.
誰も来ないな。
気を使ってくれているのでしょう。ですからまだ時間はありますよ。
そうだな。
With a smile on her face, Kyoko accepted Kyaru's hand. Because Kyaru had been initiating contact more often lately, she didn't hesitate. She felt his large fingers running across her porcelain white skin, tracing around her cold hands, her neck, her cheeks. His fingertips touched her lips, twisting their shape. It's getting weird. The sigh that escaped her lips was hot and wet. He continued to touch Kyoko as if tasting her.
くすぐったいです。
すまん。
He lost track of time, seeing her expression change and bend as he continued to caress her.
いいえ、好きですから。
Kyaru nodded at Kyoko's entranced expression. The mood was gentle. It all felt so normal that it was hard to believe they would become husband and wife today. However, there was no need to hold back, and they had always done before.
式が終わったらすぐに二人きりになりましょう。
わかった。
明日ないと思われるかもしれませんが、もう我慢したくなくて。ですから。
わかってる。
本当にわかっていますか？
Even as Kyoko's cheeks burned hot from the embarrassment, she puffed her lips out in a pout.
それも俺の役目だからな。昼間からというのもどうかと思うが。
言わないでください。こんなになるとは思わなくて。今だってもうあんな触り方をするからいっぱいいっぱいで。
Her hot, sweet breath brought a smile to Kyaru's face.
そうだな。初めてでうまくできるかわからないが、マグワを。
It's building up to such a sweet moment. I don't trust this game.
はい。私ももちろん初めてですが、ずっとクロさんでほぐしてきましたから。いっぱいしてしっかり絡ませてくださいね。
わかった。
はい、楽しみです。
She is just a cat in heat. Just as they got to that point in the conversation, Dugan's footsteps approached. Kyaru stepped back from Kyoko, and they sat down in a formal position and awaited him.
クロー殿、話は済んだか？
There wasn't a trace of anger in Dugan's expression. In fact, he seemed pleased.
はい。突然の勝手、申し訳ありません。
構わぬよ。京子もいつ着くのかとずっとそわそわしていたのでな。
おじいさま、そうですが、さすがに不意をつかれました。
Dugan laughed as Kyoko's face turned red in embarrassment.
なかなかの見せ物であった。そろそろ他の者たちも来るだろうが、式が終わるまでは我慢するのだぞ。
わかっています。ですが、終わってからは、きっとできませんので、そうお願いしていたところです。
結構結構。まあ、大行なものでもなし、 きにすればよかろ
Other sets of footprints approached. It was Yorimichi as well as Yukiko.
九郎君、京子は落ち着いたか？
京子ちゃん、いくら嬉しいからって暴れたらダメよ。
大丈夫です。二人とも私ばかり迷惑をかけていると思っていますね。
Never the man's fault.
そうではないのか？
あら、まさか。
そのまさかです。九郎さんの方が我慢できなかったのですよ。
Yorimichi looked at Kyoko doubtful, while Yukiko brought her hand to her mouth and smiled.
そうは見えなかったが、そうなのか？
申し訳ありません。
九郎さん、この子をかばわなくてもいいのよ。
They're just teasing her at this point.
いえ、事実です。京子があまりにも綺麗だったので。
京子、気をしっかり持たんか。寄り道、他の者たちは。
Dugan was referring to the other big names from Nanawa village. They had come voluntarily to visit the Shiki family and celebrate. Of course, the Shiki had been informed in advance, though they did not demand any of them come. Out of goodwill, huh? Kyaru felt everything that the Shiki, in particular Dugan, had built up until this point. He straightened his posture and listened intently. Glancing at Kyoko, he saw that she, too, had a stern expression.
隣の間に控えさせています。宴の準備もすでに。
As Dugan sat, Yorimichi and Yukiko followed suit.
式が済み次第、祝い酒を振る舞い、たらふく食わせろ。倹約などと考えるなよ。あれらは我が家を慕ってくれているのだ。九郎殿と京子にもそうしてもらえるように尽くさねばならん。
はっ。
寄り道も心得ています。そんな遠慮をしたら、あなたの方が怒ると分かっていますよ。
当たり前だ。格式だのなんだのがんじがらめ。けんけんごうごうとしていてもつまらんだろう。皆で祝い、飲んで騒ぐのが良いのだ。たとえどこかに主役が消えていても、それはそれで構わんからな。
ご配慮いただき、ありがとうございます。
京子、励めよ。
Kyoko's voice was restrained, likely because she was embarrassed, but her flushed cheeks showed that it was just what she was hoping for.
では、始めるか。
He looked at everyone in the face. He looked at everyone's faces in the room and adjusted his posture. Kyaru and Kyoko followed suit. So next time we're going to do the wedding. I know it's kind of short, but hey, we'll find out what happens next time. Thanks for joining me. Welcome back to Dollhouse of Offerings. After Dugan cleared his throat, he took out his congratulatory address from within a pocket and began to read it out to them. On Nanawa Island, there was no shrine head. Officially speaking, while there was a shrine, the Ichikura family only oversaw its maintenance. For that reason, the role of officiating any marriage fell to the head of the 7 noble houses. Once this finishes, I'll formally be a member of the Shiki family. Kaoru gazed around the tatami room without moving his head. Dugan, Yukiko, Yorimichi were here representing the Shiki. On Kaoru's side, there was no one. It was forbidden for the Yasaka to have a direct blood relationship with Nanawa village. The assumption was that Kaoru had no ties to begin with and was purchased as a commodity by the Shiki. Compared to a regular wedding ceremony, there were far fewer relatives present. One couldn't deny that it was rather desolate. However, such feelings were the furthest thing from Kaoru's mind. To begin with, solitude had never given him a sense of loneliness, and more than that, his relationship with the Shiki family until now had changed him. Dugan-sama, Uramichi-sama, and Yukiko-sama have been very kind to me. In fact, to have many people willing to become his family, it felt like it was more than he deserved. Yukiko, well, I suppose it's obvious. Yukiko's, well, I suppose it's obvious. Again, really pretty. Their gazes crossed. Her smiling eyes were wet, filled with the yearning for her partner. She stayed that way, unflinching, her longing gaze, all the way through Dugan's speech. Bitch be horny.
では、最後に結びの品を取り交わす。
はい。
Kyoko's voice trembled as she took a box made from paulownia wood placed beside her. It was believed that if the bride safely handed the decorative box within to the groom, they would become husband and wife, be in good health, and be blessed with a child.
クロウさん。
She adjusted her sitting position to face Kaoru. Kyoko's skin flushed red. Perhaps she was thinking of their new life together, or the act that they would soon be committing. Kaoru's heart was racing as he waited for her as well. What's going to happen to me from here on? Ever since he came to the Shiki household, there had been one dizzying new thing after the other, and Kyoko had been by his side for all of it. Even after he revealed his past, one which normally would have him shunned, nothing changed in their relationship. In fact, their bonds deepened further. Then finally, perhaps that feeling that had blossomed within.
大丈夫。
As if seeing through him, Kyoko smiled back.
ずっとそばにいます。だから、大丈夫ですよ。
And because she said that,
心配はしていない。京子がいてくれるのはよくわかっている。だから期待している。これから一緒に何ができるのか。
はい。
once again, Kyoko squealed as she smiled back. From its wooden case, she took out a fairly large decorative box.
綺麗な箱。
Oh, I need to get water. I have a water bottle. Where is it? A strange sense of unease hit Kaoru. The box seemed awfully well worn. He hadn't heard any mention of the betrothal gift being something that saw use. Kyoko looked upon it, maintaining her smile. He couldn't take his eyes off her. And from the box, something oozed. Call the Ghostbusters. He quickly reached out to knock the box out of Kyoko's hand, but something latched onto me? Even with Kyao's impressive physical strength, his arm, his whole body was being held down by something he couldn't tear off. I can't talk. What the hell is this?
クロウさん。どうぞ。
The box fell out of Kyoko's hand as she was about to offer it to him. Blood flowed freely from her mouth. Wait, what? What? She was able to hold it back momentarily, but her eyes shot wide as if voicing her disbelief. That's how the pandemic started. Holy shit. She looked at her own 2 hands, dyed a deep red. Blood continued to bubble out of her mouth. Kyoko? Kaoru's expression contorted from the sharp pain as well. My insides! The toughness of his skin and the robustness of his muscles didn't matter, as if his very organs were being twisted around. Damn, my guts are gonna get ripped apart! Kyoko howled as her body withered. Is the same happening to Kyoko? Kaoru was as resistant to pain. For one, he had undergone training for it, and his body was also built differently. Kyoko, on the other hand... Oh yeah, I'm saying she's going through the same thing.
Metal.
Jeez. That is some nice imagery. Well, everybody said they wanted more horror on the channel. You're welcome. The sound of flesh being torn to pieces emanated from within Kyoko. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed that Dugan, Uramichi, and Yukiko had already collapsed. However, even among them, Kyoko's situation was particularly brutal. Keeps going. Can we just give the voice actress some credit? Kyoko spasmed about, begging for help. With each passing second, her internal mutilation worsened. This damn thing. The black liquid from within the box reflected back in Kiara's eyes. That same liquid withered about Kyoko, coiling around her like a swarm of newborns. There's a joke in here somewhere that I can't make. Whenever they wailed, Kaoru's head throbbed with pain. Kyoko! Kyoko!
Yeah. Headlong.
She knows what she did. The sound of mangled flesh emanated from within her abdomen. Kyoko's body, no longer under her conscious control, continued to spasm in response to being violated. Couldn't have worded that better. His vision wavered from the sheer pain. It's not just from the box. The black ooze had spread throughout the room. It was what had seized him eerily as it trickled out from the floor. Kyoko squirmed about like a puppet with its strings cut. Her insides were butchered and mutilated, her limbs and head withered about. She was being violated before his very eyes. I don't think that's what it is. I think it's called being cut apart. Just as the realization dawned on him, Kyaru experienced an emotional outburst, the very first in his entire life. I swear to God, if he goes Super Saiyan, I'm walking away. Silently, he ripped apart the constraints that bound him. Now that he could move, it wouldn't even take him a second to rescue her. He reached out and grabbed her. Or so he should have. You can find another trick. Kyoko collapsed before his very eyes. The thing that had seeped into his head shut off his consciousness. So I guess they're not meant to be married. The large fan blades spun around and around. Looking up, one could see they were dirty, even from the front. Running a finger against the surface would be enough to pick up a layer of dust. What? Oh, right, I forgot about this, bro. Excuse me?
Hi.
The reporter forced out a sound and broke the silence. Unable to bear it any longer, the source who he had just spoken at length replied, nodding for him to continue.
この話はこれで終わりでしょうか?
The Kotori Bakko, he couldn't even bring himself to mention it. I've got a bad feeling about this. As a writer for the paranormal. Don't know how you do that, but fuck yeah. As a writer for a paranormal tabloid, he'd heard countless different stories. He showed up at people's houses and forced answers out of them, or spent the night at a place where an incident had happened. It certainly wasn't the first or second time he'd overdone it, and among those times, he had even encounters with the real thing.
断片的だとおっしゃられていましたが、随分と綿密に語られていたもので。
あ、そうですか。そうですか。
His source laughed. A slight chill made the reporter shiver. Kinda cold in here. Chill grew more intense the moment he became aware of it, and he knew it wasn't from the temperature in the room. Casually, his eyes scanned the room. Were there always so few customers in the restaurant? He could see people here and there, but he had the overwhelming urge to discern their faces.
記者さんが真面目に聞いてくれるものですから、つい舌が回ってしまいました。
では、今までのお話は嘘ですか？
どうでしょうか。私も知っていることを語っているだけですから。
His source wrinkled her brow, troubled. Picking up on that, the reporter realized that she was a little irked. He took a deep breath, corrected his posture, and faced her again.
続きがあるんですね。
はい。ただ、ここまでお話ししてどう思われましたか？
So that's what the silence was about, trying to see my reaction, huh? Indeed, it would have been quite the annoyance if the person listening wasn't even interested in what she was saying.
ですね。
A bit of flattery was on the tip of his tongue, but his lips couldn't string the words together. After they puckered open and closed a few times, the reporter swallowed the saliva that had accumulated in his mouth. He gulped was strangely loud. Perhaps his source had picked up on it. She smirked in response.
面白いと思っていただけているようで、何よりです。
そうですね。ネタ元のそれに関してはよく聞くものですが、その周りの関係が何というか、やや非現実的ですが、面白いとは感じています。
He tried his best to string words together, offering a smile. Values far removed from the modern times, there were those steeped in them those washed away by them and those opposing them. Or perhaps those from the outside meant to stir things around. One was bound to make a mistake and cause great damage. It was a classic recipe for the paranormal. The characters in his source's story were no exception. Judging from the story thus far, he would wager a guess as to how things turned out. Tales of the paranormal, horror, and folklore were all cut from the same cloth. There was nothing to fear and nothing to surprise him. He was already used to these die ex machinas. Die ex machina. I know how to say it, I just can't anymore. The scenes that his source described were raw and grisly, but they were really nothing but old tales. The way she spoke, though, felt awfully visceral. Just hearing about it was enough to recreate it in his mind. The twistedness of both the men and women, the seductiveness of their bodies, the breaths that reached his ears. I'm too lost in thought. This is just a story. Maybe it was his source way of being considerate by weaving this break into their story.
ところで、記者さんは既婚ですか？
Are you offering me a box?
いえ、独身です。
ご家族は？
父、母、それと姉と妹が一人ずつですかね。それが何か？
話の内容が家族に関わることですから、ふとあなたはどうなのかなと思いまして。
男女の兄弟姉妹の常によろしく、姉や妹と仲良くはありませんが、まあ普通だと思います。
そうですか。仲良しなのはいいことですね。
ええ、とても。
He was lying. While he did have familiar affection with his parents, he hated his sisters. Their personalities, on top of everything else, didn't mesh. Despite that, they kept trying to meddle in his affairs. I don't need their goddamn familiar love. It's nothing but a pain in the ass. They can go kill themselves. Woo! Ooh, my man. Just came out there swinging, didn't he? Wow. His head twitched after those dangerous thoughts surfaced. The faces and bodies of his sisters came to mind. Neither of them had any children. There was a time when women who couldn't fulfill their roles were subjected to abuse and humiliation. Even though the values of the era would change, he knew there were still ways to make such things happen. They know how. They know how? Was I doing this job because of that? No, that's not right. But how could he be so sure that he didn't have some kind of base, twisted desire at the root of it all? Before he knew it, he was clenching his fist. He shook his head to clear his mind and tidied his hair. I can't read. His glass was empty soon after.
少し暑いようですから、お水をもらいましょう。
His source raised her hand, beckoning the waiter over. She asked for water for two, and the waiter left. He couldn't tell what expression the waiter had.
では、続けますね。
The reporter nodded at the words she spoke. Although he could see clearly, for some reason, his field of view seemed narrow. It felt as if he had tunnel vision, trying not to look at anything but his source. He clasped his sweat-soaked hands together. His sweat was cold. Last time on Dragon Ball...
戻ったぞ。
Oh, we're going back here. After finishing up his work in the fields, Asa dragged his hulking body back to his shack.
おかえり。
After Asa uttered a greeting, as he peeked inside, Sen replied in a fragile voice. She's still alive. She's not dead. After laying a hand on his chest in relief, he stepped inside. This is one of those that isn't getting on any type of BitChute. Sen was laying on a thin straw mat, flashing a faint smile.
お兄さんかね。 また面白いこと言ってるよ。
そんな大した話ではありません。
The corner of the shack opposite of where Sen lay sat a man whose appearance was clearly different from anyone Asa was acquainted with.
やっぱりお兄さんなんだ。変な顔。
あんた、相手をしてくれてありがとうよ。
He bowed slightly in gratitude as he spoke. The man regained consciousness not even half a day since Asa rescued him. Half the month had already passed since he began living at Asa in secret. The entire time, the man only drank water without wanting for food. Despite that, he hadn't lost any weight. Asa thought it bizarre, but he was also grateful. Their food was scarce, and he had to give most of it to Sen. I was the one who took him in. It would be shameful for me to chase him out after all that.
朝さん、ご迷惑をおかけします。何か私にできることがあれば。
Oh no, it's fucking sad. This actually has to be censored on porn sites and not on YouTube. The censored version, they got married and nothing else happened. I might do that for a laugh.
ああ、気にすんな。こっちは昼中ずっと働き詰めで、構ってやることもできねえんだ。あんたが相手してくれて、センも喜んでる。俺はそれでいい。
ありがとうございます。
The Outlander bowed deeply from his waist up.
お兄さん、まだいてくれるの？
はい。朝さんのご好意に甘えようと思います。
やったー。ねえ、もっと聞かせて。外のこと、海の向こうのこと、鬼の国のこと。
センさん、無理をしてはいけませんよ。おとなしくしていればいくらでも話しますから。
はーい。
Button didn't work. Sen smiled happily. That was enough for Asa. He's a strange man, but not a bad one. Sen calls him an Oni, though. Making sure that Sen couldn't see him, Asa clenched his fist with a scowl. He gritted his teeth, trying not to grind them together. The real Oni, the real demons are those guys. Another one of us got cut. I can't even remember how many of us have died from starvation. Winter was already knocking on their door. It was highly doubtful that Sen or even Asa could survive until the next spring. But I'll be damned if I give up. At least for Sen. I'll even feed myself to her if I have to. Within the 7 villages, including the one that Asa resided in, there were cases, however few, of cannibalism being practiced. There was even a number of villagers who were cut down after they clung onto the officials, begging them for the bodies of the decapitated. I really gotta do this. Alright, count 1 for the cannibal counter. Wait, no, he actually has to take a bite. His comrades were reaching their boiling point. Winter was coming, and with it, a sense of urgency. The Lord, his governors, and their officials were already aware, and even if they were to attack, they would only be beaten back. The farming implements, their makeshift weapons, were also collected at the officials' house, one that was a far cry from their ramshackled huts. Even if they were to raid that first, the officials would have time to prepare actual weapons. There were no ways they could make it out to the Lord. But anything's better than just sitting here and waiting to die. Asa had been driven up the wall trying to figure out a solution. He looked at the Outlander's brilliant colored eyes. It was night. Darkness enveloped the room. They didn't have the resources left for any lights. They simply slept when it grew dark. Asa lay by his daughter's side. He looked at her languishing expression. He found himself deep in thought. What do I do? What can I do?
朝さん、
He stood up and turned to where the voice came from. It was the Outlander, who was sitting against the wall. He had always slept in this position, not once thinking to lie down. Rather, he wasn't even sure if he slept at all, only that his eyes were closed. Now, though, they were open, reflecting just a faint glint of light.
どうした？眠れないのかい？
いいえ、そうではありません。
The Outlander shook his head. Both of them spoke in a hushed voice so as to not wake Sen.
朝さん、最初に聞かれた時に答えたように、私にはセンさんを治すことはできません。
Looking upon Sen with gentle eyes, he spoke to Asa with a pained voice.
ああ、いいんだよ。そりゃ、少しは何かと思っちゃいたが、どうにかなるとも思っちゃいねえ。ただ、俺はこいつに何もしてやれねえ。おっとうおっとうと甘えちゃくれるが、俺は。だから、あんたを拾ったのも千のおかげだ。こいつにしてやれないから、あんたに何かしてやろうと思った。それで少しはごまかせるかと思ったが、ダメだったな。全然軽くならねえ。あんたが相手してくれてるのがまだいいけどよ。
Perhaps it was because they were in the dark, for that Sen wasn't looking, but his tears naturally began to fall.
なんで死ななきゃならねえんだ。俺たちは何にも悪いことなんかしてねえのに、どうして死ななきゃならねえんだ。
The man brought his gaze back to Asa. Asa found his eyes to be kind. He was listening in earnest.
言ったってどうしようもねえ。春を待たずに千は死ぬ。死んじまうんだ。俺の肉を与えたところで追っつきゃしねえ。こんなこと言われたところで困るだけだよな。すまん。あんたのせいじゃねえ。みんなあいつらが。
The Outlander simply sat in silence watching. Asa wiped his tears away and heaved a sigh.
ああ、そうだ。千も俺も死んだら、あんたはどうする？他の奴らがあんたを生かしておくわきゃねえぞ。
そうですね。なんとかしなければ。
Short pause, the Outlander bent forward, a glint in his eyes turned sinister. Feeling the pressure from the man, Asa returned his gaze.
朝さん、私にはセンさんを助けられませんが、あなたたちの境遇をどうにかすることはできます。
何？
その方法は穏やかなものではありません。きっとあなた方は後悔するでしょう。
教えてくれ。何でもいい。そんなやり方があるなら教えてくれ。もう耐えられねえんだ。うんざりなんだ。俺たちは家畜じゃねえ。いや、死んでもいい、死ねと思われる家畜はいねえ。それ以下だ。なら、やってやる。
はい。ひどいことになります。
だが、このままなら後悔もできねえ。何にもしてやれなかった恥だけが残る。そんなもん、まっぴらごめんだ。
なるほど。残機に耐えないと。
難しい言葉知ってるな。
The two both looked at Senna after hearing her wheezing. Her breathing was rapid and shallow. It sounded as if it could stop at any time.
頼む。
Asa bowed his head deeply. The man watched on with a grave expression and tapped on the shoulder to raise his head.
まず、私と一緒にここに流されてきた箱があるはずです。このくらいの大きさですが、それを探してください。
わかった。だが、もうだいぶ経ってるんだ。他の誰かが拾ってるかもしれねえぞ。
ああ、それはありません。見つかっていたら、騒ぎになっていますから。
そうなのか。
Asa nodded dubiously. It seemed as if he shouldn't have touched on the subject.
蓋をしていれば大丈夫ですから。朝さんは間違っても開けないようにしてください。
Asa gulped as he nodded. Winter was certainly coming, but the air in the night felt awfully cold.
それから用意してほしいものが。
The Outlander's named one thing after the other, all commonplace items. A plank of wood, worn-out rag, and enough knives to process everything they needed. Human bones, dead insects, stagnant river water, mud from the bottom of a dried-up well, rotted or dried seeds that had never sprouted. They were all things that Asa could easily gather. It was as if he was listing was a tailor-made for him. Don't overthink this.
焦らずとも、忘れたならまたお教えしますよ。何度でも、必要なだけ聞いてください。
おう、すまねえ。
The Outlander offered a smile back and continued. Asa shook off any doubts that had been in the back of his mind. He didn't have the luxury to be thinking about those things right now. The man smoked smoothly and carefully. He hadn't misspoken once. However, the way his mouth moved and the words he spoke hadn't matched up. What was he really saying? What language was he speaking? He didn't know, and it was truly frightening. But that was exactly why Asa believed he could do something about it. Don't trust the demon. Don't trust the demon. White people are demons, I guess.
じゃあ、行ってくるな。
Sen's poor health had officially caught up to her visibly. She called out to Asa, stopping him. She could no longer speak at length. Just stringing sentences together seemed to pain her chest.
センさん、引き止めてはいけませんよ。朝さんも困っているじゃないですか。
いってらっしゃい。
I'm counting on you. Asa looked to the Outlander. With those sentiments, he nodded back in reply. It seems that the man asked for was easy to obtain, so we're going to actually go collect those next time. So, we had a very interesting wedding this time. Everything went well, and nothing bad is going to happen to anybody else in this game. See you guys next time.